I've always said that Milo is the best course in the world. I call it as close to heaven on earth as I can get to. When you drive down the hills, everything washes away.
And once you get out here, you're kind of like, wow, like, we made it.
You step up to hole 1 at Milo and you know that you're in Oregon.
The trees, the river.
Beautiful fairways, but challenging greens.
What I imagine the most beautiful place could be.
It feels a little bigger and grander than most of the places we go.
So many memorable shots here that I think players year in and year out love to come back and throw.
Milo is for us, and Milo has always been for us. It always feels wonderful to come to Milo McIver and know that this is just for the disc golfer. Aside from the challenging course that you're about to play, you feel like you're in a special place, and I think that's the magic of Milo McIver. Good morning, disc golf fans, and welcome to Estacada, Oregon at Milo McIver State Park for another edition of the Beaver State Fling. It's the 2024 Beaver State Fling at that, and it's Tournament Central time to bring you in to the action for the FPO division. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. It's a beautiful morning here in Estacada. Nate, bring us into the scene. What do we have here?
You know, it's hard to top that intro right there. It's so beautiful, and there's so many people that agree that this is one of the finest venues in all of disc golf. And if you get here early enough, you're actually directly in the shadow of Mount Hood. And when the sun is just getting above the horizon there, you drop down into the hill, you start to hear the Clackamas River. And I like to think that the water that is flowing through the Clackamas River just melted a couple days ago. That's how close we are to the mountains. We're not quite in the valley yet, so there's a bit of undulation out here. The Douglas firs are towering, and the fact that it's an old golf course, Sexton said it best yesterday, it allows us to have these like cathedral fairways opened up where otherwise we would just kind of be in this really dense forest. So it's the perfect mix to be able to play disc golf in and out of these evergreen woods here. Traditionally, when I first started coming to play, and really since the beginning of the Beaver State Fling, Sexton said he's been playing since 2004. They did a shotgun start, and we would play 2 rounds. We'd play 1 round at the east, 1 round at the west on Friday, and then 1 round east Saturday, finish on the west on Sunday. That's been the Beaver State Fling for many years. And the Disc Golf Pro Tour doesn't really work with the model, right? So they had to let something go, right? And they decided to combine the layouts and go from 36 holes to 18 holes. And that's extremely hard to do. When you have 36 amazing holes, there was never a bad hole out here. I mean, there were hard technical holes, there were long, difficult holes, but never a bad hole, Brian. And when you have to dim it down to 18 holes, it's going to cause some controversy, right? And then when you add out of bounds into it to try and make it harder for the Disc Golf Pro Tour to come through, you're going to have people talking about it. And so this is the 2nd or 3rd edition of Riverbend Gold. I think it's the most difficult version of it. How do you feel about the difficulty here this week?
Well, I'm going to respond to this by asking another question, and maybe I'll answer it first. But how hard do we need to make a course like Milo McIver? Do we need a course that scratches even par? I don't know. I think in my heart of hearts, when you have a property like this, we can have a player shoot really, really hot, 17, 18 under. I'd love to see it on any of these original courses. But again, logistically speaking, to create a facility that people can come enjoy as a spectator, a viewer, and something that gives the players a better scoring spread. That's what we're looking at when we redesign these courses. And I think what is kept on this property, this Riverbend Gold course, is the fact that when you play some of these tougher holes that have stood the test of time for decades, a good shot is going to get you into circle 2, but it takes an absolutely stellar tee shot, perfect tee shot to get inside circle 1. Circle 2 putting has been a huge factor out here at Milo McIver, and I think they've done that. They've taken all the holes that kind of encapsulate that, and they've created 18 holes out of it. They've given us a couple of the legacy holes, a couple of the short wooded par 3s, and Nate, I'm going to ask you the question, how hard is too hard, and do these short 200 to 300 foot little wooded shots always have a place in disc golf?
And this is where, we start, you're asking me my opinion. I feel like we need short technical holes in disc golf. And I personally feel like if we have, 6 short technical holes here at Milo, let's play them. Let's play 21 holes, and maybe it'll add 10 minutes a hole to the round, but it's really difficult to make that dream 18 out here when you're undoubtedly going to leave some iconic holes behind. And they stuck with length, and then they added OB to those lengthy holes. So I'm with you, Brian. I don't necessarily think we need to just make courses so hard and punish shots that are already in the rough with an out of bounds stroke. Yeah. I feel like we don't need to distance ourselves from 18 down on a course. Like, our game is always going to be different than golf. Like, our putting is always going to be a little bit easier than, putting in traditional golf, Brian. So 18 down, it's okay if it's possible. It's okay if they do it out here. And I don't think it is possible this week with the course that they have. I was, I'm staying with James Conrad this week, and I was walking through the course with him, talking about the front 9, just visualizing it. We weren't actually here. And it's difficult. It's a difficult start. I mean, a hole 1 for MPO, what is it, 470 around the tree? Hole 2, they added that new OB line up the sidewalk. That was already one of the hardest par 5s. Then you have a 440 par 3, decent par 4, and then, it gets a little scoreable there on the 5th, and then the 6th, they changed it from a par 4 to like a 450 par 3 with the OB line short of it, Brian. It's a hard front.
Nate, we talked to the TD, Jesse Tomeno, and he knows how tall of a task this is, taking such a historic 36-hole property and creating the best 18-hole course that we possibly can. This is still fresh, and I'm excited to see how the holes score this week. He's excited to see how the scores come in this week. And you know what? It's not like they're not going to take feedback and continue to try to refine this place as they have for so long. So I cannot wait to see this tournament unfold. But Nate, Jennifer Allen's not here. Paige Pierce is not here. Kristen Tatar is not here.
It's a big story.
Evelina is not here.
Yep.
Who is it? Who's it going to be? Second place, Holland Hanley could be. What do you think?
It's been my girl all season long, Brian. I felt like we've just been waiting for her to put 3 rounds together. She's put 2 rounds together, I think 8 times, right? And just hasn't got it done on Sunday. I think she's got 6 podiums on the
six podiums
on the season. And last week, Paige played amazing golf. I mean, she didn't squeak out the win. She shot 26 under par. Final round being in the rain. Holland Hanley played great, 24 under par. She shot a course record 11 under on Sunday. She can get it done from the chase card. That's what she did back at Throw Pink too. Course record to come from behind on Kristen Tatar.
This is what I'm excited to see this weekend. The long putting was working for Holland Hanley. She was doing all the simple things correctly that got her that 11 under par finish. Obviously, great momentum coming into this tournament.
But you remember how well she played this course last year?
Yes.
Jennifer Allen played out of body. She aced. And then
it was special.
She aced, and then she was cashing, from 28 feet, which is exactly what has kept her from winning tournaments in the past. Oh, I remember that shot off the band. That's now the new hole number 6, and this putt on 17 to keep it going. Are you kidding? Look at that. Look at the hype there.
The way Holland Hanley throws the disc sets up so well for this property. Again, low bullet driver shots. You have to control nose angle really well. She's really good at that. And we're going to be talking a little bit more about launch angle with our tech disc segment this week, but you have to throw with that negative launch angle at some point. You're throwing down at a lot of these tee shots, and if you don't get the nose down and shoot it down these hills, you could carry off into some terrible rough. The rough out here is brutal. I like the way she's throwing the disc, but we'll see if she can keep it going for three straight rounds. Sophia Donneck is also here. This is her last event she's registered for on her little stretch of her tour. She called this a trial run. Take a look. How was this trial run, Nate?
Well, she nearly won Vegas. Luke Gay came back and got her in the final round shooting really hot. And then her very first DGPT appearance makes the cash, well into the cash at Swenson. Top 10 at the Cascade Challenge. And then Portland Open. If that third place finish at Portland Open doesn't give her the green light, we're gonna have to, go knock on her door up in Victoria on Vancouver Island, Brian, because that's enough for me. If this is my trial run right here, you're not even getting close to that bubble line. You are well into the cash. She was competing for a win up until the final 9 of the last round, Brian, at the Elite Plus. So Sophia has showed me enough that if she chooses to compete on the Pro Tour, she's going to be a threat. I mean, she's a raw athlete. She hasn't even refined, half of her disc golf game. You can kind of see it in the way that she projects the disc too. The off arm's just kind of hanging down. The hips aren't necessarily involved. She's still figuring out how to throw the disc with as much efficiency as her body will allow her to. She can still clean stuff up on the green. She still doesn't have a power forehand. She's very aware of that. She talked about that in her interview. She's going to be a threat if she wants to play disc, Brian.
Well, Nate, we talked to Sophia earlier in the week at the press conference. Let's take a listen to what Sophia had to say.
It's been kind of a little bit overwhelming, but it's been awesome to have all the messages of support from back home and really feel like there's like a whole country, rooting for me. And really appreciate it. And it's easy to go in and think, okay, let's do it again, but I'm definitely keeping my expectations in check. I know disc golf, you can have a really great weekend and then the next week not so great. So I'm really kind of seeing how I can sort of take my mental game this week in stride with hey, I'm pretty new to this sport and the Pro Tour, so I'm still just going to be happy if I'm hanging with the field. And I did not expect to shoot any course records or end up on lead cards. It's been pretty surreal in that sense.
And where are you kind of surprising yourself most on the course right now?
I think the last 2 events I've really found a stride in my Circle 1 putting. Sometimes that's pretty hit or miss, so the putting's been better than expected, and then my driving is really I almost step it up during events, my drive. So I'll play practice rounds and I'll be like, okay, maybe I can birdie this 1 out of 10 times, and then I'll birdie it in the event. I think that extra adrenaline adds some distance to my shot, so I'll take it.
Well, the defending champion is not here. Paige Pierce not here. World number 1 not here. It's a wide open door for the FPO division this week at Milo McIver. And we have some interesting storylines in the MPO division. Folks, we're going to talk MPO a little bit after the break.
The United States Disc Golf Championship. A tournament with history unmatched in the disc golf world.
Oh,
You bet!
Holland Hanley is on fire.
Talk about giving the crowd a show. What a performance from Kyle Klein.
Ganon Buhr, this kid is unbelievable.
Oh my God!
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Welcome back, folks. We are going to fly hole 17 to get us started on the Perks picks. This is the Evil Genius hole, Nate. Par 5. They've combined two pretty iconic holes. This is still a new hole for these pro players, not necessarily fresh this year. They've had some cracks at it before. What do you think?
I absolutely love this hole. I think it's perfect because it holds on to something that Milo McIver had that was unique, and it was playing onto those little islands in the parking lot. And I think it's okay to have that on a disc golf course. I love it. And so Evil Genius hole to me is exactly that. It's genius, and it's incredibly difficult. You have to hit the gap off the tee. You have to keep the nose down, or you're going to hyzer out toward that road, Brian. And there is a chance for an eagle, but you have to be a madman.
You got to be that guy.
You got to be pretty crazy.
Nate, Ganon Buhr said he thinks there could be 2 eagles on the week. So we're going to take Ganon's number over under 2.5 eagles on the weekend.
Here's the thing. I only think it's going to be attempted 4 times around. So I think certainly under on the weekend, Brian.
I'm an optimist. I'm going to say over. Please give us some eagles. I want to see it happen.
Cool.
It would just be a spectacular 3 to take on that hole. Coming up next, MPO winning score. Nate Sexton in his presser said this course is playing tough. I say 24 under par. Over under 24.5. Better or worse? Because I know we're going under par. So better or worse than 24.5, Nate?
I mean, it's a hard course, but it's the best field in the world. 112 players. There's going to be players that rack up birdies. We're going to see multiple players shoot double digits under par. I think a 12 is very possible. So weather's perfect as well. Eagle shot 31 last year. I'm certainly going better than 24.5.
Well, I'm certainly going better as well, Nate. I cannot let you win this one. I think looking at Eagle McMahon's score last year when he won in the MPO division, he's well into the 30s, and I think he could have gone even better. A couple little mistakes down the stretch. 24.5 will definitely get you high at the leaderboard, but I think whoever wins this week is going to take advantage of the no wind, the beautiful weather. It's going to be a shootout there. So I agree with you. FPO pick 2, Nate. Got another pick 2. We did a draft. Nate, you gave me the first pick. I took Owen Scoggins first, and then I took Ella Hansen fourth. Nate, who did you pick?
This is so similar to our battle back at Swenson. I think we just had one player switched. Got my girl Holland Hanley and Missy Gannon. And, it's low-hanging fruit because these 4 players are, when Kristen's not here, when we don't have major winner Paige Pierce, firing on all cylinders, these 4 are contenders
so consistent
right now. And there's, Merchanator can pop up in there, and we have some other players that can get hot. But these 4 have been dominant over, the past 2 seasons, Brian.
Some conservative bets there for me and Nate, but we'll just see how this weekend plays out. Hopefully I keep my lead here. Ganon Buhr spoke to us earlier in the week, and not just about Eagles on the Evil Genius hole. He gave us a lot more, as he always does. Let's take a listen to Ganon Buhr.
How much practice do you feel like you need to be able to really piece apart a course?
Just one round. One round's enough. You throw a couple shots on a course. I've said in the past, I don't carry that many discs on my bag, so it's pretty easy. Like, there's not much deciding. I walk up to a hole, I see it, and I'm like, there's only one disc that works. So it's pretty easy to break down courses if there's only one option. There's no deciding kind of between the shot shape or the disc choice. The backhand it's been a lot better this year than it has been last year. It feels like it's myself finally. It feels like I'm actually Ganon Buhr throwing the backhand instead of trying to fix it every single week. So that's been nice to not have to think about it too much. For me, it's just throwing a couple good ones, and I get to visualize every single line once I've done that. I I think number one thing for me is going to be good game plan. That'll clean up, bad mistakes. If my backhand's off or my forehand or my putting's off, I think if I can make a good game plan, it kind of prevents a couple different things and situations. Now, there's a couple holes out here I might be playing for par. It's old 17 at East. It's a big Stahlheiser hole. I'm just playing that one for par. There's no need to go for that one. I'm going to bogey it more times than I'm going to birdie it, so there's no point in dropping strokes. You go even on that hole, you might be beating the field, honestly. And I give myself an 80-footer. I can make those if hopefully I can make one of the three. And then, even the Philo hole is a really, really tough par 4 that, depending on where I'm at, depending on the wind, I might just kind of play for par because it can get out of hand pretty quick. Nothing too crazy, but you can definitely bogey it. And like I said, game plan's going to be important. They tighten some OBs, so going to play to the safe side of the basket probably, and should be fun.
Ganon Buhr is coming off of a huge, dominant Elite Series win at the Portland Open at Glendoveer. He said it's one of his favorite courses that he gets to play all year long, and it makes sense. It's kind of that classic park-style golf almost. Big, mature trees, lots of different lines to choose from. Ganon was playing brilliantly last week, and Nate, the way he's talking about, if I don't have this today, I have something else to make up for it, that's that brilliant, adaptive, flexible, and not stressed golf mindset. I love that he's talking this way right now. He's not saying like, oh yeah, I feel like trash, everything is terrible. He says, you know what, something might feel terrible, and I got it. I'm all good. He is my pick to win MPO this week. Nate, what do you think about that?
I mean, it's a solid pick, Brian. I have one bone to pick on Ganon this week. When the lines are so obvious and there's a ton of airspace, I really feel like Ganon's hard to beat. When you have a course like Milo, the lines are fair. Everything's fair out here, but to get your birdies and to string together birdies, it's not so clear what everyone's throwing the same shot, right? You have to get creative in some spots, and I feel like Ganon in that interview, he said some things like it's different kind of golf out here, and Ganon can kind of get riled up about that. When he gets one of those low-hanging fir branches that like blocks your entrance to the green on number 3, or when he hits that fern and rolls back into the OB on 6, I think he can get a little riled up. There's a term, a scramble birdie. There's quite a few scramble birdies out here at Milo McIver. And go back to Glendoveer, that's not really that style of course. It's different. And so I think Ganon could get riled up about that. And I'm big on Calvin Heimberg, and I'm big on Eagle McMahon this week.
Talk to me about Eagle McMahon. He's coming off of a pretty promising performance. He still wasn't that thrilled with how he performed, and he finished 10th place. What do you think?
Did you hear him say that he didn't even check the scores until today or yesterday? Who does that? He's like, I don't know what card I'm on. I'm just kidding. Hey, he just like calls his dad. He's like, hey, Dad, what time am I teeing? And then shows up to the course. I don't think anybody else in the field has ever done anything like that. And Eagle's still in that process, Brian. He's still figuring things out, but it's the magic of this place that has carried Eagle to victory here in the past. He just obsesses over golf in the Pacific Northwest. He's not going to have a bad thing to say about the course, and it's only a matter of time before he starts firing on all cylinders, and the forehand is totally back. I don't know if you saw some of those shots from Glendoveer.
Oh yeah,
but it's different. It's a different style than it was when he was throwing 450, but it's almost a similar distance, Brian, and you're going to need it out here.
Nate, to hear him in the interview say, you know what, I'm trying to do a little bit more of what Germ does. I love hearing
like
that
flipping it up a little more understable.
I love it. And he's trying to throw the forehand for longevity, and look how Germ's been able to carry it on for all these years. Anyway, folks, let's just listen to what Eagle had to say in his own words.
The process is it's definitely going in some way, shape, or form. I feel like there is a golden thread pulling me forward, but there's definitely some detours along the way. But we are making progress, and we're at Milo. So there's a smile on my face.
Your favorite place to play disc golf, right? Pacific Northwest.
Absolutely love it out here. It's just incredibly beautiful, and I just really feel at peace at this property. I honestly really surprised myself past week at Portland Open. I think the shot you're thinking of is maybe hole 5, and it was around 420 feet. I was surprised it got that far. And then in round 2, if anyone knows hole 2 out at Portland Open, pretty far sidearm, honestly. I pretty much parked it, throwing maybe 65% of what my brain tells me 65% is. So it's ripping out of the hand right now. For me right now, it's just letting that, becoming comfortable with putting power on a disc again, because with the surgery, there was a lot of laxity, a lot of loose space in my shoulder capsule. They went in there and tightened it up. So it shouldn't come out of its socket anymore, as long as I do my exercises, keep it stable. So as long as I keep stressing it accordingly, I think I'll be surprised, and hopefully you guys will be surprised with what level it can get to again.
Always excited to see how Eagle McMahon can do. He will join the rest of the feature card today. On the second card, Nate, is a historic card. Final round, 2014 World Championships here in Portland. Paul Macbeth, Ricky Wysocki, epic playoff, joined by Paul Ulibarri and Nate Doss. Nate Doss now joins us again as a player, and he rounds out the second feature card. We talked to Nate Doss earlier in the week about playing his first tournament in 6 years.
Man, I'm feeling amazing. Beyond the fact that I'm here playing, I'm just so thankful to be here. I was here a couple of days ago. I came out to practice last weekend while everybody was up in Portland, and I was walking down one of the fairways, and I just started laughing, and Val says, well, what's going on? I said, I can't believe I'm here, and I can't believe I'm going to be playing a tournament in a week from now. So it's pretty special, man. I'm super thankful. I think is the biggest emotion that I have right now. I'm thankful for you guys, of course, the Disc Golf Pro Tour, Jesse, the tournament director, as well as Stumptown Disc Golf, all the work that's been put out here. This course is just absolutely beautiful. So thankful is the big word for me this week. When I first left the game, I never really thought it was that important for me to ever come back, because I know what it takes to be here. I know what it takes to be Ganon or Calvin or, the best player in the world, and I'm not going to have that time to commit. But in the last year, I definitely have felt just the draw to come back, even if I can't be where I was 6 years ago, just to be a part of the field again is the way that I've sort of explained it. There's something special being out here with the best players in the world, trying to keep that level and test myself. I have prepared. I don't know how I'll play, but, I guess only time will tell on that one.
I had just turned 14 when Nate Doss won his first world title. I mimicked my entire backhand off of Nate Doss. He was my favorite player growing up. I think personally the greatest putter thrower of all time. Cannot wait to see him with that touch again out here. Nate, what are your thoughts?
Oh, it's amazing that we have this guy back. I mean, this is an incredible story. I was heartbroken when he kind of retired from the game. He won 2017 GMC. Worlds was there the next year, and I was like, can't wait to see Doss compete for his 4th title. And then all of a sudden he's gone from the game. And when you've got one of the greats that's no longer playing, it just is like, why? Where's Doss? Where's Shoestrick? What's happening? Why David Jenkins stopped playing? And now he's back. Nate Doss is back to play Milo. This is you can't even make this up in a storybook.
Cannot wait, Nate. You know what? We're going to just have to send it down to the DGN booth now. We got FPO action going off this morning, and then in the afternoon, folks, don't go anywhere too long. We got more this afternoon as well. Folks, let's take a look at some hot rounds in your FPO division. Natalie Ryan, Rebecca Cox, Emily Yale off to a good start, 3 under par through 5, 6, and 8 holes respectively. Can they conquer Milo McIver? We'll just have to find out. Folks, we'll talk to you soon. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins, signing off.
I think this is just the pinnacle of Northwest beauty. It's temperate rainforest, rolling hills with wide fairways and nicely mowed grass, massive trees. But there's nothing else around. You don't hear anything going on, no trains, no traffic. It's just a beautiful place.
The dream to let a ball golf course grow over and you have some cleared out fairway areas, you can still kind of air out a disc here. Then also, obviously, you have some thick woods, and that combination is pretty fantastic. This course has had history at the elite level, probably close to double as long as most of the tournaments that we play.
Welcome into beautiful Estacada, Oregon, and Milo McIver for the first round of the Beaver State Fling presented by Innova. The field is stacked, and we have some awesome changes to the Riverbend Gold course. Who jumps out to the day one lead? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Zoe, let's watch the disc golf. And welcome into the booth in Estacada. I'm Ian Anderson. That's Zoe Andyke over there. We're back at Milo McIver Sistine Chapel of Disc Golf, Zoe. And Holland Hanley, she's been making some moves lately. You like her chances out here?
I do. I think there's a couple of players in the field that come to mind, but for the Beaver State Fling and who is missing this weekend, Holland's chances are looking good. Let's think about what she's done over the past few events. She's got a tied 4th place, a 3rd place, and a 2nd place last weekend from the chase card at the Portland Open. That's some pretty hot play, curving in the right direction.
Yeah, I'm heading towards that 1st place finish. We'll see if she can get it done. Has all the tools to score at Riverbend.
As I mentioned, this was the first event, tied for 4th at the Dynamic Discs Open. And Holland, we know, has elite distance, but what really I've noticed in her game over just this last couple of months is that she's becoming more and more accurate. That tells me she knows her discs, and she's dialed in her lines, and she's harnessing all that power, getting closer and closer to the round she's wanting to string together to be on top of the podium.
That was her coming in 3rd at the OTB, and now from the chase card, so this is impressive last Sunday.
It's not the first time, Ian.
Yeah,
Let's think back to the end of last season at Throw Pink, taking that victory, although that was an ex-major for the women. This is a huge opportunity. She needs to find herself and wants to find herself on top. If we're looking at the tour standings, a win here would be enough to boost her to the top of the tour standings.
And there is that trend lately for Holland. Hopefully put a 1 at the top there for her. That's what she's shooting for this weekend anyway.
Yeah, certainly going in the right direction and looking strong at this absolute midpoint of the season. Some players are getting tired. Some players are taking breaks. Some players aren't even in the field because of other tournaments.
That's right. There you go. Can take the tour lead with a win this weekend. Just a couple points behind Scoggins. And enough to close that gap even if Scoggins grabs 2nd place. I'll take a peek at those tour standings just referenced. Again, your Europeans now here, Salonen and Tatar, so time for Scoggins, Hanley, and Ganon to move up.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned Missy's name yet, but Missy is holding strong right there in the top 5. She moved down just 1 place after last weekend, but Missy is looking solid. She was in that top 3 all throughout the Portland Open, has had a couple of victories this year. Missy's putt's always on, and you know she's focused.
Yeah, she has that clutch factor too, which not everyone has. You know, I think Holland's still trying to find that clutchness. You know, it's not easy.
It's right. You know, there's a lot of pressure when there's so much on the line. The Disc Golf Pro Tour is getting harder and tougher every day.
It looks like we are flying into 1's tee for your 2nd feature card. That was a cool shot on this hole last year, Zoe.
Oh, yeah. Carding a 1 on the 1 for Jen Allen.
It was on Championship Sunday, too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There's my buddy Brett over there, caddying for Sophia Donneck again. Jessica Weiss, the Swiss Army knife. I like Mo's nickname for her. I like that one.
That's a good one.
She's great from both sides.
I also saw in the background there to spectator daughter, Sherry Hoffler. So she's there to watch Jessica. She's right there in the red volunteer shirt. So she's actually volunteering here to support the event like she does.
A little bit of both, right? Yeah. And Sophia Donneck, what a revelation she has been lately. My goodness, Zoe.
Ian, you were talking about that ace from Jen Allen last year, and then I saw that disc tracking towards the basket. Great start for Sophia.
And Katmark also coming off a great weekend at the Portland Open.
Another smooth flight in circle one for Cat Merch. And a solid start for Jessica. She can see the basket for the birdie.
She'll be right around circle's edge for her birdie bit. And we're going to throw it on down to my man Nate Perkins. He's got our Idio Walk and Talk. Take it away, Nate.
Jess, huge smile on your face right now. What is it about Milo McIver that's so much fun to play?
You know, I've been coming out here for, ever since I was probably like 15 or 16 years old. It was one of my first places that I got to travel out of the state of California to actually go play a tournament at. So it holds a special place in my heart. I really love Milo here.
We're going to see some forehand rollers today.
Yeah, let's go.
Thanks, Jess. Good luck.
Thank you.
And thanks to our friends at Idio. Shop for top-rated disc golf shoes online. Idio Sports provides top-quality waterproof disc golf shoes for men and women. Thank you, Jess and Nate, for that. We're going to jump over to Rebecca Cox, who has a share of the lead. She's on a tee of 8. You might recognize this as the Philo hole, Philo Albatross.
And she's in good shape on the left side of the fairway, way up clear of that tall grass rough.
Back to 1. Weiss, a long birdie look. Parks that for a drop-in par. I love her little Annie approach.
You know, it's cool because she plans on the full flight of the putter, and I think we'll see some circle 2 makes from her because she's got so many reps on that putt.
I feel you. Over to Sten, also in circle 2 for birdie. Much closer, though.
Makes good. What a great start. Circle 2 stats being boosted early for Annika Sten. I had the pleasure of meeting up with her and Violet yesterday before their practice round, and finally Ian got to slap that $50 bill in her hands. The ace at Portland Open last weekend on hole 16. That's what I'm talking about.
Did she know it was coming, or was she surprised?
She didn't, and it was really hard for her to understand why I was giving her $50. And I said, well, when I'm on the mic and you're acing, I'm paying to see that ace.
Nice.
She was really flattered.
We watched Sophia give it a bid for birdie, but came up a little bit low on the first. Merch for her birdie.
Yeah, just leaving it a little bit low. It's the first putt of the day. Maybe not quite warmed up and feeling it yet. She'll have a tap-in par.
That is Sophia walking to her par putt. Just a pace outside bullseye. Feels like we never really saw nerves out of her last week, Zoe.
No, I'm really looking forward to watching more of Sophia this weekend. She's got a couple of Disc Golf Pro Tour events under her belt now. She's feeling comfortable. She has had cameras following her, so I'm really looking to see if she stays on that solid, cool pace.
With you, Zoe. Merchant for par. Weiss will do the same after Sophia made hers. And now Cox throwing 2 on 8.
Great distance on that second shot. She's on the favorable left side of the fairway.
Yeah, set up that hyzer approach. There is Holland Hanley. She'll be teeing off in about 10 minutes. Before that, though, we're going to sneak in a break on the network. We'll be right back. The United States Disc Golf Championship. A tournament with history unmatched in the disc golf world.
You bet! Holland Hanley is on fire.
Talk about giving the crowd a show. What a performance from Kyle Klein.
Ganon Buhr, this kid is unbelievable. Oh my God!
A Zuka cart lets you sit down on the course, anywhere you want. But maybe not here. Or here. Honestly, you shouldn't sit here either. You want to sit there? How are you gonna even? Nope. Nope. Nuh-uh. Look, we appreciate your ambition, but no. Now you got it. Take it easy on the course with Zuka.
Having the Mojo riser for those longer rounds puts a lot less stress in my back trying to lift it up off the ground.
It's going to elevate your game, giving you more energy for every throw.
This has easily been the best disc golf purchase I have made.
Get yours at mojogear.com.
Thank you, Mojo Gear.
The Beaver State Fling is brought to you by Innova, the choice of champions. And welcome back to the action at the Beaver State Fling. Milo Gold, and you guys get 50% off your first full month. Use code BEAVER50. Point your phone at that QR code.
And if you don't have the network at this point, 50% off at the midpoint of the season is an incredible deal.
Yeah, a lot of great golf coming, and if you want to watch that finish on Championship Sunday, you'll need to subscribe. Would love it if you do, and thank you so much. Ooh, we are on the monster Sten.
The first 2 holes of this gold layout shape up really nicely for left-handed tee shots, and she's way up the fairway around the only tree on the right you've got to beat.
Donneck.
Ian, this hole is playing, I'm going to guess, a half a stroke to a full stroke more difficult this year with added OB on the left-hand side where the spectator ropes are, is now just spectator zone only and out of bounds.
Donneck is headed for that OB, Zoe, and has found it. Unfortunately, she'll be throwing 3.
And I mean, she's way up the fairway on a pretty good side, but that's a mistake you cannot make. You got to do your homework and know where those OB lines are at.
Merch. Goes roller. Is it too much cut, Zoe?
I think this is going to stand up. Oh, come back.
Oh, it's trying. You weren't wrong. Oh, just too late, though.
Would have loved to see that one get back in bounds. It was way up there.
And Jess will use the forehand. If you've got it, a great play off this tee. Keep it safe.
Having the disc finish away from the OB is a great play. You said it.
Yeah. Let's go back to Rebecca Cox. She's on 8's fairway, throwing 3 around the corner.
That's like dream positioning from 2 shots, but just early released it. All she needed to do was go up and over that left-hand tree.
Mm-hmm. And as of right now, Rebecca Cox has your Innova hot round, also tied with Ryan and Kiefer. Still out on the course.
I think we're going to see some pretty hot scores by the end of the day. And I think each day, Ian, we're going to see progressively better scores.
Yeah, as I figure this out.
Yeah, setting a new course record certainly today and then breaking it is what I'm anticipating.
Okay. Yeah, we noticed there's quite a few little changes to this course this year. I really like that. Merch, her 3rd after the OBT shot. Is that an overturn for you, Zoe?
Yeah, I was just going to say a slight bit overturned. It does cut back to the middle, but she's well back from the green. Tough start for Merch.
Donneck just a couple feet closer for her 3rd.
It's important on this shot, if you've gone out of bounds, to get yourself in an open view as far up the fairway as possible. Open view because the basket can be pretty obstructed. Got to see which side of the green you want to be on and have your circle 2 putt dialed.
Donneck, you can see just 450 left of the pin, so could grab a par with a couple good shots. And that looks pretty nice, Zoe.
I love this play. It was either a right side powerful hyzer and use the ground.
Oh, that bush is a killer.
The left side beat the bush. She gets cut down.
Danny Clyden has a long look for par on 8.
Come on.
Got it. Huge fist pump.
Deserved after that huge putt. Let's roll back a Zuka replay on this one.
You love to see the pendulum swing and the legs both powerfully behind it. Just snapping the wrist perfectly at the center target with flatness. Love to see that carded circle 2.
Thanks to Zuka for rolling back that replay for us. Weiss throwing 2 on 2.
Aggressive play for Weiss going roller after the inbounds tee shot. I love the play. She curls out a little early, but remember, that's only her 2nd throw.
Cox has a birdie look. And the outright lead as well. Rebecca Cox.
Jamming in another birdie to be at 4 down.
Dang.
Seen some solid play out of Rebecca. I think she's really found her stride in this 2024 season.
Seriously. It feels like her best year in a while, doesn't it?
Exactly. Taking a look at the early leaderboard.
How about Monduhano right there, 2 through 4?
And let's not forget, she's a champion of this event, and just 2 seasons ago, took the entire Oregon sweep, winning the Portland Open and the Beaver State Fling.
Back to 2 for Sten in her 2nd. So it kind of feels like that Jessica Weiss experience is already showing itself here.
That's right. I was going to bring that up, Ian. So I would bet Jessica Weiss has more tournament rounds played on this property than all of her card combined total practice and tournament rounds.
I'm with you. The Allen ace from last year.
Boom. Championship Sunday. She can't even believe it.
First throw of the day.
And we see Kat Merch back there. She played solid all weekend long with Jen. Like her chances out here as well.
Had a couple strokes to play with over Hanley. And Hanley won by at second by like 10 strokes.
Yeah, it was a 2-horse race last year.
Yeah. And Jennifer not here. She's out in, you said Emporia, Zoe?
Emporia for the Masters World Championships. Take a look at that board, though. What are you noticing on the left-hand side?
We got Scoggins on both of them.
Yeah. Owen Scoggins is here at the Beaver State Fling in Oregon. And in just a couple of days, we'll be taking a flight to get out to the Masters Worlds. Wow, what a beast.
She is amazing. And Owen Scoggins will be teeing off in just about 3 minutes. Before that, though, one more break on the network. And we'll catch you back with the action very shortly.
Oh, is it the same guy, the coffee man?
Yeah.
Introducing Disc Raptor, the best way to clean and dry your discs on the course. Make short work of mud, moisture, and dust in a quick spin. Made of quality materials that are built to last. Compact revolutionary design with synthetic turf and high-surface microfiber cleaning surfaces. Lightweight and easy for travel. It's there when you need it. Welcome to the future of disc golf.
I'm down by 2 with 2 holes to go. Should I use my last 2 driving chips, or should I save them for the final tee shot?
Time delay, dude. That's a courtesy violation.
That's a stroke. You're down by 3 now, potty mouth. What?
Champion Firebirds, KC Glow AVRs, Color Glow Toro, Halo Boss, 3 Champion Eagles. This is a new disc to my bag for 2024, DX AVR X3. Hey, I'm Calvin Heimberg, and this is my 2024 in the bag.
Welcome back. Rebecca Cox, she's on the tee of 9. It's the dream hole, Zoe. I love this one.
And it's the dream because you see the basket way down there in the background, framed up perfectly by 2 beautiful Doug firs and a river behind it.
It is not far behind it, Zoe.
Yeah, not far, like close, half of the circle's length to the OB.
Oh, beautiful from Cox.
That's a birdie bid.
Yeah, just a little low, and she could have got parked. But yeah, like you said, a birdie bid. Let's jump back to 2 for Murch. Her 4th. Reminder, the tee shot was OB. Just looking for the up and down par at this point. Ooh, that's a 30-footer.
Yeah, that
oh,
never
mind.
Tree, I was just going to say, will be the one thing that will kind of take the bogey or the par out of play and add a stroke, but she got a lucky roll there.
Sten throwing 3. Oh, that looks like a birdie start for Sten.
That's right, Ian. Starting off hot again.
There is Holland Hanley, partner Tyler.
She's looking very focused, Ian.
She is. Before that, we have Owen Scoggins on the tee. Flex forehand out of Owen. Should come up circle's edge short. Yes, it does.
From Greenville, Texas, Holland Hanley.
Quite a bit right. Had just a little bit of extra Anheuser angle. She needed it to curl back, but she'll be in circle too.
Holly Finley. A little more flip on that one. Which will be on the edge of circle 2 in the fairway. Gotta love Ella's chances out here, Zoe.
I do. We've talked a lot about Holland throughout the weekend, but let's not forget Ella does have a very recent Disc Golf Pro Tour win at the OTB Open, and she is good with distance. She's done a lot of work on her putt.
That's an overturned forehand, though. She'll be playing for par from there. It's a big pull, Zoe.
It's a big pull and a lot of natural rough, like natural OB rough over there.
Let's check out Ann Dyke's analysis, brought to you by our friends at BlackInkDisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Well, the entire ticket to this course, the main key is accuracy and placement. Now, I didn't say accuracy and distance. Anyone in our FPO field can do it from the tee box, but you have to get off the box and you have to be accurate. Do the homework, get yourself the opportunities, and the putter must be on fire. It's the second key, because once you've done all this work and you have gotten the opportunity, there's birdies and eagles, and you must capitalize. Plan for them and stick to your plan. That's the third key. It's super easy to watch one of your competitors out here pull off some fancy distance or something you haven't practiced. You've got to stick to your plan if you want your birdie, your eagle opportunity.
Back to one. Hansen in trouble off the tee.
So not only is she in that rough, but she's got the low hanging branches in front of her. This is going to be a stretch out just to get underneath them. Difficult window.
It's a great out.
No problem for Hansen.
That could have devolved rapidly with one of those limb hits.
You never know just how iron a branch can
Yeah,
be.
true words, Zoe. Back to 9 for Cox. And she's a long look at birdie. A little shorter than we thought. Ooh, we don't want to be exactly there, though, Zoe.
Those trees are huge.
Yeah.
You've got a full straddle out to either side because they're so wide.
Thankfully, Rebecca is a straddle putter, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so hopefully that doesn't bug her too badly. Back to 1, Hanley throwing 2.
She's well back in the fairway here, not even in circle 2.
A little fluffy, but gets there. Just outside the bullseye for Holland. Over to Holly Finley, just about pin high left. I see a fairway marker right there.
And you'll see just on the bottom left-hand side of your screen where that rough starts. It's beautiful, those wild daisies. But if your disc goes in there, not only is it going to be a difficult approach, but you might lose it. Textbook upshot. It's nice to see Holly Finley on this card.
Yeah.
See what I'm talking
Look
about
at
there,
those.
Ian?
Yeah.
It's about 2 to 3 feet tall right there, but just a little further back, we've got blackberry bushes, and it gets up to like 4 feet tall. Seriously rough.
Over to Scoggins, who has a birdie look in circle 2.
Up and over the sapling, left side high, and the basket takes it.
Wow. The putter was off row in that last round in Portland Open, but it was wet. It's nice today, Zoe.
Yeah, today it feels like your perfect beginning of summer golf temperature, conditions. You're out in heaven. I mean, Milo, McIver, everything is right.
Hanley for par. That gets the job done. Hansen. This would be a nice par after the drive. And Holly will drop in hers as well before they head off to the monster. On 3, Sten, who has started 2 for 2. Obi left and Obi long. Basket on the mound there. Sten is dealing early, Zoe.
She's coming out hot and firing, representing Norway well.
Donneck. Sophia did pick up the bogey back on 2. She'll have that to get back to level on the day.
To park it on the mound is to feel really good about that tee shot.
Wouldn't know. Cox for par. And going to the extreme straddle, Zoe.
That's as far as she can reach.
Yes.
Solid. Holding it at 4 down, Rebecca Cox.
Weiss has a birdie look on 3 onto the mounded green.
Jeez, she got it as well. So the FPO division's putters are heated up early, and we're seeing a lot of circle 2 makes.
Yes, we are. Let's roll back a Zuka replay of this make from Weiss. Jumping it home from circle 2. It was perfect, too. Sten has a birdie look on the same. This is for a turkey start. Thanks to Zuka for rolling back that replay for us.
Three for 3, and the hot round is only at 4 down at this moment. She's on her way.
We saw some greatness out of her last week at Portland, and she's doing it again right now. This is Donneck to get back to level on the day after the bogey on 2. Here she goes. Let's jump back to the tee of 2 for Scoggins. That was a par for Murch, if you were curious, who has started par, par, par.
And that's good placement for Owen. She's got options to go through the trees in the fairway or around wide. I really don't know which one she'll take. If she puts that drastic angle on the overstable discs, I'm thinking she goes over OB.
Hanley. Looked like a slow disc, Zoe.
Yeah, I believe that was a mid, maybe a fairway, but she was only going for placement to throw a huge second shot.
After watching the tee shots on the second feature card, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yep.
As a couple went long, OB. Holly Finley next. Nice flight on this from Holly.
Center cut. Can't ask for much more than that.
And now Hansen. Let's see if she can find the angle on the forehand on this one. It was off quite a bit on 1.
Correction made. well up around the corner there.
That's great. That Ella forehand is something else.
It's got a lot of distance and a lot of power on both sides.
Didn't even flex that one. It's pure Iser. T of 10 with your leader, Rebecca Cox. Tied with Stacy Kiefer. This one's pretty gettable, Zoe.
Yeah, I'd like to say this is a birdie or die hole. Very gettable for everyone in the division. You just got to get off the tee.
You like that one for Cox?
Yep, she is in position.
Love it. Sten, T of 4.
You've got to pick the right side or the left side of the tree here, but with that newly installed OB, no matter what you do, you got to be in the center off the tee for this hole.
That's where you will find Annika and Sten. Your other co-leader, Stacy Kiefer. She's on the T of 13. If you watch 2014 Worlds, Paul Macbeth aced this hole.
That's right.
Yeah.
One of the aceable holes. Very few opportunities out here at Milo McIver.
Oh, did that kick left?
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, no, it kept
Still
going.
leaking right.
Oh.
Parked.
Nice.
Looking down at hole 2, the monster here on Milo Gold. And Owen actually takes the forehand route, finding herself in the center. Looks like she's executed her practice plan perfectly.
Yeah, it's not that long of a par 5. As long as you can eat this elephant one bite at a time.
Yep, that's right.
Yeah, just 805 for this one. Who are the Scoggins looking at? They're looking at Holland Hanley and her second.
Big shot, well placed. She's set up for a birdie opportunity if she can execute her third shot. I'm glad you mentioned the distance here, Ian. 805 feet. It is a par 5, and if you really think about that, in 4 shots only going 200 feet, that's a distance everyone, anyone out here can throw with a slow speed. So it's just about control and landing zones.
And there's Finley. You can see the 220 marker just to the right of that. She's on track.
Well done.
Sten throwing 2 on 4. Making a big dogleg right from here. This was old hole 18, if you remember.
On the west course.
Oh, OB. This is such tight OB, Zoe.
It's really going to come into play this year, Ian. I was thinking a little bit more on the left side tee shots or approaches, but Annika deep there.
Back to 2 for Hansen. Her second. That's another solid forehand out of Hella, who's on track for birdie. You saw the drive from Rebecca on 10. Here is the putt for birdie as a consequence. Wow. And that retakes the solo lead. Oh, never mind, because Kiefer made her birdie. The action is hot already, day 1, Zoe.
Coming out, firing, and already at 5 down on the day. I was thinking we were going to see double digits potential, and so these ladies are showing us it's already possible.
It's there. Rebecca Cox is now on the tee of 11, par 4 action, 575. Where are we going, Zoe?
We're going to go out to the left, and if you guys remember from the Beaver State Fling traditional old layout, this is actually hole 16 on the east, but it's the shorter of the tee pads. So all you have to do is get out the gap. That first initial gap on the left that she didn't go through is only 26 feet wide. Next to it's 14 feet. She's in a great spot to attack the green.
And we're going to take a look at the birdie zone here on hole 11. Zoe, is she in the birdie zone?
Yeah, I do believe so. It's only about getting out the gap and getting in the center of the fairway. You see that distance marker at 350. Rebecca's just short of that. She didn't go that far up the fairway, but she's in the center. A roller or a big flex line, full flight, can get you up to the green for a putt.
And thank you to the Boda Brothers for sponsoring the birdie zone. That's the best-selling disc golf board game in the world. Get your favorite disc golf shop or at BodaBrothers.com. I'm a huge fan of that. It's really fun. I played it with a couple world champions and a U.S. champion. Got my butt kicked.
Interesting. Even on the board
Even on the board
they're
games,
still holding solid.
They still got it. Scoggins throwing 3 into the green, hopefully. That's long and right for Scoggins. There might be a putt in there, Zoe.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yep.
Oh, it's crafty. Finley and her third coming up.
And this is a rare occasion. You don't see a lot of forehands coming out of Holly Finley, but this is certainly a distance she's feeling more and more comfortable with.
That's shaping.
It's beautiful. Job well done, and she's in the circle for a putt.
Nice. The Duchess of Disc Golf, Holly Finley. Producer Mo didn't give her that nickname, though.
Who did?
Did she give it to herself?
She may have, actually.
I think so. Yeah.
I met Holly Finley at 2013 U.S. Women's, and she was in the top 5 certainly for FA1, and she said, I'm gonna play pro and try to make a life out of this.
Huh.
Here we are at 2024, and she's still going.
Hansen throwing 3 into the green.
Beautiful shot. Back on track for Ella Hansen, executing her practice plan.
Sten has a par putt on hole 4. You saw the second Lico B. It's like almost a 45, 50 footer.
Oh, that was so close, Ian.
It was.
It lands safely below the tower basket. Take one more look. Just didn't quite get the height. Everything else was on track.
A great bid from distance. That'll send Sten back to 2 under on the day. Still a good start through 4, though. Hanley throwing 3 into the green, back on 2.
Didn't skip too far. Looking like an easy up and down.
There's the Clackamas. Have you floated that one this year yet, Zoe?
Not this year.
What?
Actually, we've had a lot of rain and
It's
a lot
true.
of snowfall runoff, and so the river's high. But I am certainly getting in there, hopefully just in a few hours after I get out for the MPO action. It's right there off the course. It's accessible from multiple places, and that's part of the experience for the Beaver State Fling.
I've definitely dipped my toes in mid-filming round on a nice backup.
Now that'll give you some energy
yeah.
for the rest of the round.
Yeah, it was a cold week in Portland last weekend, but it feels like summer is finally here.
Yeah, just total flip-flop for this weekend's golf weather is going to be perfect.
Nada, is a nicer walk around the course so far today?
I don't think it can get much better. Over here, you can hear the Clackamas just tumbling down. And there's no wind. These tee pads are going to be dry all weekend long. I mean, how rare is it to be playing disc golf without rain at Milo McIver?
True story, Nate. I feel like we always get at least one rainy day for the Beaver State, but I think we're going to escape this year.
Let's just keep holding solid. Everybody wants it.
Hanley for birdie after Scoggins completed the par. Over to Finley for a birdie putt. Finley gets it in for birdie. We got one more coming from Hansen.
Well done by our our top card, sorry, feature card today.
3 birdies and a par from the gang. Ahead, Cat Merch has a birdie look on 4.
Smooth, and that was her first birdie, getting herself on the board.
Hopefully a great make to kickstart the rest of her round. Get her going. It's a nice putt onto the elevated pin. on the green of the same, Weiss also has a birdie look. Weiss moves to 2. Great start for your 2015 champion, Jessica Weiss. And a look at your scores. Looks like Kiefer fell off with a bogey on 14.
Rebecca Cox holding strong. And then a stack up here at 2 down.
Hanley, tee of 3.
Ooh, there is new OB tightened up on the left-hand side. This disc needs to get down. Looks like it trickled and sat nicely for her.
Yeah, any faster of a disc and that one's in trouble. Finley.
That's great position for Holly. She's just outside of the circle. I like the height she kept it. Wasn't too high off the ground, and it didn't have a ton of ground play. She's safe. And I'm guessing that Ella also is safe there. She's got a couple of the late claps from the gallery. That's the first backhand tee shot we've seen out of Ella this morning. Just a little bit early released.
Scoggins. Not what Owen was looking for exactly there. Should get it going though. Weiss, tee of 5. Little par 5 action again. Got some late flip. And
that's trouble, Ian. Anything off to the left-hand side is danger. That's going to be a layup, no question about it.
Yeah. Cox on 11. Throwing her second into this green. It's up there in the darkness up the hill, just about halfway. Circle 2 looks Zoe?
Yeah, it's circle 2. Actually, just outside of the logs is the circle 1 tassels.
Back to 5, Merch.
This is a very tight fairway. You can see all the foliage hanging each side, but it's also tight because of the natural, the rough OB, if you will. Not good for Cat Merch.
No, back to 3 for Scoggins' approach. That should work for par. Merch after the tee shot left off the fairway. This is honestly not the worst lie. You know, I thought it'd be worse.
Yeah, she still has swinging room and she can turn over, but it's still just going for placement, but that's a difficult shot. Now she has a decision.
I was going to say, what do you do, Zoe?
She's got plenty of distance, but it's a huge risk reward.
Yeah, throwing over OB. Got a raising ceiling, a lowering ceiling and a raising floor. Finley has a birdie look in circle 2 onto the mounted green. Does she get aggressive here?
This day and age on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, you betcha. Almost, and you could see she took a little bit off of that because she was thinking about that roll away, and it just missed a little bit short.
Hansen also in circle 2 looking at birdie.
You're seeing a few of these timid putts coming out because of the rollaway factor, Ian.
Yeah. Good miss, though, for Hansen, finding Milo at least in a nice settle. Hanley for birdie. Holland surfs off the rim right side. Not to be.
You got to think about if you're just trying to land in the basket versus hit the basket. How many times have you practiced just landing in? I'm going to say less than 1% of all of your putting practice.
Yeah.
That's hard to do.
Scoggins makes short work of that par.
And that was a solid hit.
Into the chains, right? Finley also for par. Hanley has no problem with that par make. Let's check it on Sten. Her second on 5. And this should be a layup short of the road.
Means that to come back.
Ooh, that wasn't good, Zoe.
That's going to create a difficult third shot, but you know she's going to be pursuing the pin.
Yeah, at least she's lefty, right?
That's right. She's a good thing.
Cox for birdie on 11's green. Circle 2. That's going to come up short. She will tap in for par. Still your leader as we head to break. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Alan's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Welcome back. Your leader, Rebecca Cox, on the tee of 12. Cox goes to the turnover play. I think she wanted more turn on that one. So.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's off to the right-hand side. It's not that far of a hole. It's under 300 feet, so very birdieable for the entire field.
Weiss on 5. You saw the drive. At least she has a pitch out to get to the road. But she shouldn't challenge the green, should she? No way.
And that was a huge risk reward that just worked out for her. I didn't think, the whole time I thought she was headed straight OB.
Yeah.
Wow, Jessica Weiss up to the green in 2.
That was huge. What a risk. Great reward, though. That's an easy birdie from there.
Yeah.
Hanley on the tee of 4 has a nice tee shot. Opens up the angle for her second and the dogleg right. Finley.
And I mentioned it earlier, you want to be as straight as possible out in the middle of this fairway. A little bit of left side is good for Holly's backhand second approach.
Yep.
OB has been tightened up. You can see there's nothing off on the left-hand side until that tree line up in the left corner of your screen there where it's shaded. That's at about 230 feet, and that's where the OB starts. And then it lines the entire left-hand side. I think we're going to see big distance throwers keeping it low, just like Ella just did, so that they don't challenge that OB.
And Hansen in business as Scoggins steps up. Fires her forehand in the middle of the fairway. Jessica Weiss has an eagle bid on 5's green. This is actually makeable. This got closer than I thought.
Yeah, it's just outside of circle 1.
There was one already, that by Ryan earlier in the day. Weiss to make it 2.
So close, and just off the right side of the rim, she'll have a tap-in birdie.
A long birdie look for Cox on 12, comes up short. And back to 5 for Sten. She has a birdie look. This is for her 4th in 5 holes.
Gotten. Her putter is on fire, and look at that, no pars on the scorecard. This woman has a lot of sneaky, sharpened disc golf tools in the bag, and she's using them all.
Finley throwing 2 on 4, going around the corner to the right. There you go early, it's natural OB. You go late, it's actual OB. Play for par, Zoe?
Yeah, she's just going for placement here. Slow down. It does just in time. Green flag.
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
From where she was.
You know, a lot of the bigger throwers are gonna get themselves in trouble. Playing for the par is a smart choice for Holly Finley.
It really is, yeah. Hansen with her forehand. I think she'll attack.
You better believe it, Ian. A full crush out in the middle of open air. Get around the corner. It does, and she's in the circle for a birdie look. Big power coming from both sides out of Ella Hansen.
It's Kat Mertz throwing 4 on 5. Just looking for the up and down par at this point. And she's chopped her way up this fairway. You know?
Still a little bit of a putt to make there with a low ceiling as well.
And back to 4 for Scoggins. I wonder where her aiming point would be on this one, Zoe.
I'm thinking way out left, even almost to that left side tree line, deep in the next fairway. She needs a big flex to get around the corner. And she does that well.
Nice.
Oh, hey.
Scoggins looks at birdie from circle 2. And we'll have that to get to 2 under on the round. And Merch on 5, chopping her way to a par. There we go. That's scrappy, Zoe.
That's right.
She was scrambling multiple times.
And I'm glad to see that putt didn't have branches in the way, because you really don't want to bogey this hole.
With you, there's no bogeys for Weiss, though. That's a birdie drop in. That second shot from inside the tree line, Zoe. Come on.
And she's a seasoned vet on this course.
Yeah.
She knew the risk reward, and she went for it.
Hanley's approach on 4.
I like how high she took that, trying to cut the corner.
Does it settle in bounds? It looked close. The green flag.
And a great hustle from our spectacular spotter out there. Excited to give her the green.
That's awesome. Huge thanks to all our volunteers. They come in many shapes and sizes. Thanks to that small one right there.
Yeah. We're seeing some hot scores down there. We're seeing some really good play, but I don't really see a lot of wind.
Yeah, Nate, you feeling any wind picking up at all, or is it still just perfect disc golf conditions?
Yeah, there's almost no wind to speak of right now. It's actually starting to really warm up here. Can't ask for much more than this.
And we'll take it. There is Holly Fillion. She was pretty close to that OB line, Zoe.
She's within that meter.
Yeah. Just looking for the up and down par at this point.
And this is actually kind of a cool distance to give it a little bit of a throw attempt if you get the height on it. But Holly wants none of that. She's underneath the basket.
Scoggins walking to her birdie look.
That was so close. It was right on line, I think you're getting ready
yep.
to say. Very disappointed, Owen Scoggins. I think she already counted that one in her head. It looked good out of the hand.
Hansen also in light circle 2 for birdie.
Great shape, but also just a little bit short. You can see that Ella's trying to commit to the active wrist and the snap in her putt. That one had a lot of height, a lot of air, just not quite enough commitment.
Hanley for birdie. Nice putt from Hanley. Moves 2 down, just 3 off the lead of Rebecca Cox. Hansen for par. That does the job. Finley and Scoggins will do the same. That will keep both of them at 1 under on the day. They are off to hole 5. On 6, you'll find Jessica Weiss. Is it? That looks good.
Yeah, at first I was afraid that was too inside, but
Yeah.
she's in the nice flat landing zone, about 320, and she's got nothing but open air to attack the pin.
Rebecca Cox on 13. We saw Kiefer throw this about 20 minutes ago.
And Ian, the notes on this hole are the same for every competitor in the field.
Okay.
Ace, run.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about it, but it worked.
It worked.
I'd want to talk about it. Sten. It's a tough hole for the lefty. You can't really bend it that late without a forehand. We'll see how that works, Zoe. Curious. Back on 5, Hanley takes the tee. This one you want to just punch as straight and long as you can An overturn out of Hanley.
I was just getting ready to say that tree on the left-hand side of your screen is what we refer to as the big tree in the middle. It's only at about 302 feet, and it feels like it's uphill off the tee pad, but it's not. The fairway is actually flat. It's just a small hill and undulation in front of us. Yeah, you just really want to be to the right or to the left of that center tree.
Finley. Same line from Holly. It might miss better, though.
Yeah, the right side is a better miss, but again, this rough is thick. You gotta keep it in the fairway.
This is one of the more demanding tee shots out here, Zoe.
Yes.
It is long and narrow. Hansen. Just short of ideal, but that's a great kick.
Yeah, it did get her a little bit to the right-hand side. I think she's still going to have an awkward step-out stance that's going to take power away, but Ella can still pursue the basket from there.
Scoggins. Nate, is there like a little bit of left to right wind on this or something, or are we just seeing a little bit of overturn as they try to make that gap?
No? Okay.
Maybe. Sure. You can. I'll walk slow.
Yeah, okay. You guys just throw, okay?
I'll walk like this. Go for it. Just kidding. I'm not going to walk like that the whole time. That would be silly.
I think they all three just kind of got over on top of it.
Gotcha, Nate. Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Anything silly in my life.
Sten throwing 2 on 6, I believe. Yes. Did get to the corner at least, Zoe.
Did get to the corner. Takes a lot of power away just having a step out kind of patent pending stance. Again, though, she's in the fairway, no danger. She's going to play this for par.
Yeah. Lisa Fakis for birdie, playing with Rebecca Cox.
Low left catch by the basket. Another birdie on the scorecard for Lisa.
She needs to avoid that bogey on 14. See the pattern so far today?
Yeah.
Over to Cox and a birdie look. As you can see, this is to retake the solo lead as Kiefer has made her way to 5 down.
There's a lot of speed on Rebecca Cox putter. Working out very nicely for her. She is on top of the leaderboard.
Let's go back to Weiss and her second fairway of 6. There is new OB in this one, Zoe.
That's right. I'm going to call it an OB pond. It's in the shape of a really long, narrow rectangle, and it's lining where we could have water if this was a wetter year in Oregon, just short of the basket.
Let's go back to 5 for Finley and her second.
You can see how difficult this is, not getting up to that center tree, being right or left. She's got a really low ceiling, and this is difficult just to place it.
It has really catchy grass, too.
That'll be a job good enough.
You think she attacks from there?
Yes.
Cool.
Oh, she's back.
Oh, they're back there already. Because she's throwing.
I'm really curious to see what Owen Scoggins is going to choose to do because of how far back she is on the right. But first, let's check out what Holland Hanley's got here. Difficult stance. It's got it. I'm thinking layup.
It's got to be, right? Yeah. Just getting as close to the road as you can. And that's a good one right there. Scoggins, that is a putter and a layup short of the road.
And that was a very smart play for Owen. A par is a good score here. Things can go wrong.
Yep.
Now Ella looks like she's lining up, attack the pin. She's going to have to keep it low and get a lot of distance on this.
Such a sketchy shot, Zoe. Oh, she bit this off smartly, didn't she?
Yep.
She didn't try to get too close.
And that'll be like deep in circle 2 with a look at the pin.
And that's for eagle for Hansen. Gotta love when that shot lands safe.
That's right.
It's a scary
Ella's
one.
loving it. Look at that
Yeah.
little happy dance. And I mentioned it early in the broadcast, but if you weren't here, there are birdies and eagle opportunities all over this course, but it's not a soft course. You've got to know where to throw.
I thought Stan about threw that one in. That was for birdie back or on 6.
On the good side of the basket.
Back to 5. Finley, her third.
This is not an easy approach shot. She's a little well back of OB, and she doesn't have the best ceiling. It's low. She's got to flex something on Anheuser. Hope it comes back a little bit. Or take a pure Annie all the way up the OB road.
That was nice. She should get up and down for par from there. Murch has a birdie look on 6. It's just short of that OB area. Oh my
Wow.
goodness. Huge make from Murch.
That was incredible.
And let's check out this powered by Naqua moment provided by Cat Murch from way downtown.
There you're looking at a 45, almost 50-footer, short of that OB pond, all the way over and in. Fantastic birdie.
Back to 5. Hanley throwing 3.
Keeps it just low enough and just outside of the bullseye for Holland Hanley. Great shot.
It's a nicely played hole after the tee shot. Weiss has a birdie putt on 6.
Oh, and that is one of the biggest dangers on this green is rollaways are real, and OB's only 17 feet short at the closest distance from the pin.
Scoggins across the river, the OB River anyway, with her third.
Taken down early in its flight due to hitting the branch,
Did you
but
see it?
she's safe.
You see it finish?
I did not actually
Yeah, I
see
didn't
it
either.
finish.
Weiss, after the rollaway, has this left for par. Thankfully curled safe before the OB.
Oh, and a splash out right-hand side of the basket. Unfortunate for Jessica Weiss.
On 5, Finley and her third, or 4th, excuse me.
A pure Annie bid at the putt due to the tree between her and the basket, and she does not capitalize, but she's in the circle.
Scoggins. This is a birdie putt from the fairway.
I was going to say, this is in Owen's range outside of circle 2.
True statement, but yeah.
Not a bad bid.
Can't say that about many. Sten for par. Almost threw it in for 3. Nice. First par of the day for Anakin. Back to 5. It's an eagle bid for Hansen. You love the effort. Gives it a chance.
Had a chance.
Not too much work left on the birdie comeback for Ella. Jumping ahead to 14, and Rebecca Cox on the box. It's a good forehand hole. There is kind of a poke and hope turnover. Oh my gosh. I don't want to talk about it. She might say that about that one too.
A little bit of luck,
Yeah.
a little bit of skill, and she's up there.
On the green of 5, Hansen has this left for birdie after giving the eagle a bid. Nicely made. Scoggins walks to a par putt. That one does the job. Finley. That's for her par as well. And one more coming. This will be a birdie for Hanley. That's what we get. Holland to 3 under on the day. Just 3 off the lead of Rebecca Cox. Good start for maybe your tourney favorite, Zoe.
Yeah, I think Holland coming into this event certainly has a lot of favored, you know, she's trending in the right direction. She really needs this Disc Golf Pro Tour win.
Cox for birdie. Push the lead to 2. A tickle of the chains, and it will stay at 1. And on the other side of the break, we are headed over to hole 6. We'll catch you there.
Behold the Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course, a sanctuary where the ordinary transforms into the extraordinary. As each disc takes flight, destiny intertwines with the flight path. But beware, brave souls, for the course harbors challenges that even the boldest must confront. Yet, fear not, for victory and camaraderie are your companions on this voyage. Visit eaglescrossingdiscgolf.com.
The newest disc to my collection is the Drive. Passion, fierce, these are things that I feel when I play disc golf, and drive for me is something that I feel so strongly. I was looking for something in between like a Surge SS and a Zeus. I wanted something that could get me like the full S flight without having to try as hard as I would with the Zeus. Finding myself feeling a lot more confident with this disc in my hand in the woods than I've ever been before. This just felt like such a natural step to create my dream driver.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDJ. Your PDJ number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdj.com/join.
Welcome back, and we have a brand new Zerka Kart mystery bundle at the Disc Golf Pro Tour Pro Shop. Its $500 value includes an all-terrain Zerka Kart, a variety of premium discs, and much more. Available while supplies last. All that stuff.
I think it's just more so exciting to think about what are the other prizes in the bag.
All right. The putter clip, you got to have one of those, man, on the Zerka Kart. Key. Hanley, TF6.
I love this hole. It plays differently for each player.
Oh, Holland was early, but a nice kick.
Yeah, what a kick to the flat ground. It's about a 300-foot landing zone area there. And when I say it plays differently for every player, the elite distance throwers like Holland and like Ella getting ready to tee here, Their landing zone is a flat 400-foot shot. Now, 300 is just fine, but at about 325, you don't want to be there. Ella's heading for that far landing zone, skipping forward and getting to the flat. That was huge. That's a shot we've seen the men throw in the previous years when they played this tee pad. But yeah, like I was saying, Ian, you don't want to be at 325 or 350. You'd be on a slope and there's holes everywhere.
Finley.
Going for that first landing zone, and a job well done.
Scoggins. Next, owns around the corner in business for her second. We'll see if she attacks though with that OB short of the green. Old hole 1 going to old hole 2. So a dog leg right, straight for a little bit, and then a dog leg right up the hill. Cox on the box. Gotta stop saying that.
The sidearm is such a good play for this tee shot just because it bends so far to the right. But we will see backhand anhyzer shots with all the speeds of discs this afternoon.
That is such a weird, tough shot, Zoe.
Yeah.
That tee shot, you don't throw it many other times on the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
No, and I mean, there's so much opportunity and so much risk reward available on those old East 1 and 2 holes.
Agreed. Hanley throwing her second.
Attacking the pin, hoping to go over the OB. Oh,
that looks
caught up only by the branch, or she would have made it.
Yep.
Holland is out of bounds.
She'll have a chance at par. Looks like from the far side.
That's really good design in the OB from the women's tee shots. Again, it's risk reward. It's forcing the player to know the hole and make a decision, lay up or go for the birdie.
Yeah. Finley, does she attack after watching the Hanley second find OB? Nate, what do you think about this new OB here on hole 6, and do you think Finley will give it a rip?
Oh, it makes you have to think about it for sure. And I think that with the backdrop there, it's going to just cause players to kind of speed up, maybe throw a little harder and just aim for that back instead of trying to park this stump hole.
That makes a ton of sense, Nate. Looks like Finley came up a little bit short left. Looks inbounds, though. I hear some claps. That must be, did get the green flag. Scoggins.
Oh, come on, D6.
Owen finds the OB. I thought that
Wow.
might,
Ian, there's some sort of a crazy little cutout. Owen has got a stroke of luck there.
Woo.
Saved. Somehow is short of the OB. I can't wait to see when she takes position for her putt, because you know she's going to be putting that if she's got a window.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Wow.
Hansen, a great tee shot. She should definitely attack this green. And Nate kind of mentioned just missing long seems to be the play here with that new OB, Zoe.
Yes.
Got a huge backstop. Oh my.
This is such an early release. It looked like it almost fell out of Ella's hands. She's short of the OB, and she's well back in the fairway.
Yep, does get the green flag. You're right. Ooh, that's a missed opportunity, Zoe. That was a great tee shot.
Yeah, big time. You know she's coming back, firing, and hoping to card that birdie tomorrow.
On the Dream Hole merch. Wow, that came out really early.
Also very, very early.
Looked like a lot of hyzer, too.
It's a good thing we've got
Ooh.
all of our hardworking spotters and volunteers on the course.
Sten on the same. That one is up the middle for Anakin. And gets it. I see a fairway marker there. And Rebecca Cox on the fairway of 15. This is her second. Yeah, basket tucked up the hill into the trees on the right. Likely playing for position to the gap. I think so, Zoe?
Yeah, and the OB is so far to the left of where her disc is and or rough deep. So that's good position. She can attack the pin.
And we're going to look at Hansen and her third.
A tricky shot just to get it to the pin.
Looks like it stayed clean.
Yeah,
Going to give her like a 15-footer, 12-footer?
Yeah, on that walkout up the hill. So she's going to be staring down at the basket and OB deep.
Finley also throwing 3 from the rough. And wow, this Oregon rough is looking like it got watered this year, Zoe.
Yeah, a lot of rainfall, a lot of moisture, and everything has grown up nicely out at Milo.
Oh my.
It was a big reach, and it looked like a really well done shot, but she's definitely challenging that OB.
Yeah, that short right side. Like Finley setting up a par putt. Or sorry, Hanley, excuse me.
And from that exact spot, she's got just over 40 feet to the pin. No danger behind. She should be running this. Just wide and right hand, off wide to the right hand side behind the pin for Holland.
And Scoggins safe after her second. Will head into the brush for her third.
Even difficult for her to find. So, couple of trees between Owen and the basket, and this is going to force Owen to do a drastic Anheuser putt, and I don't even think she has room for the hyzer putt. Lining it up.
Oh, God. That brim shot there.
That was going to be tough to get on target, Zoe.
Yeah, I mean, she was fully attacking it, not even thinking layup, so, but Owen will find herself behind the basket.
Sorry, you're going.
Holly Finley did scoot down the hill a little bit, Zoe, like you thought.
It's a fast green in any direction here.
They're giving her circle's edge for this par putt.
And there is a low-hanging branch just in front of her on the right-hand side.
Great make from Finley. A bogey look for Hanley. That will send Holland back to 2 under on the day. Still a nice start through 6, though. Scoggins a par. And Hansen for hers.
Nice and easy. Ella's disc actually funneled a little closer to that pin for her approach, making it a lot easier.
Second for Murch on 7. We are off the fairway left. Wow, I have never seen a second shot from there.
Yeah.
But it worked.
She's in good position.
She found a pretty nice spot, all things considered.
Yeah.
You know?
There's a lot of foliage that will be in the way on this hole.
Yeah. Sten for birdie. Good bit, though.
There's a backdrop, a little bit of a downhill rollaway opportunity behind the basket, so leaving it short, you can't blame her.
Cox, our third on 15. Trying to get it up the hill. Does it stay? Oh, that's nice. Little boards.
Yeah, we haven't seen those any other year. The volunteers and staff have put a couple of tiers there to deter the rollaways.
Merch for par. Oh.
You hate to see it. It hit a lot of chains, but it was completely on the left-hand side of the basket. Excuse me.
Facus.
Yeah.
That is a pretty make from the bottom. Lisa Facus, 3 in a row.
Yeah, that hill is a lot steeper than the camera angle lens. That was a difficult putt.
Rebecca Cox. It is a birdie putt in circle 1. And has this for a 2-stroke lead. There she goes.
Solid play from Rebecca Cox on this opening round.
No bogeys on the day. Same can be said for your second place competitor, Natalie Ryan, who has an eagle and 3 birdies to earn her 5. Kiefer coming off a bogey on 17, moving the wrong way, but still having a great day.
And a pretty big stack up at 3 and 2 down.
Oliva's been treading water for a while, it looks like. Yeah, she has. Just a bogey on 11, a birdie on 14, and a bunch of pars since hole 7. Hansen, tee of 7. Did that work, or is that an overturn, though?
I think that was too far right and a little bit overturned.
Yeah.
Hole 7 has so much unique character. This is actually a pretty difficult hole for not having any OB that you can actually see or get to from the tee. There is OB parking lot, but something would be astronomically wrong to find that. It's about the height you let go of the disc. It's about the speed and the stability of the disc and how the player executes it. This is leaking left. I think she wanted it to stay straighter. She's going to have a lot of limbs between her and the basket.
And this is such a tough get. 420 downhill, need to beat some late ceiling and then skip into the pin.
Yeah, and the ceiling from that far tree is just so low that accessing the green is really, really challenging.
Yeah.
And it's a 34-foot elevation loss.
Yeah, wouldn't mind a new pin on this one for the field, Zoe. I don't know how you feel about it.
I think for the FPO
new pin
field,
or new tee, one of the
yeah, and it's so fun to throw downhill that I'm thinking a new pin location would help out our FPO field.
Hanley trying to make it work. I'll get that right one of these days.
So there is a circle 2 look at the basket. It's going to be tough because she's at the back, but that's the farthest out that we saw from Holland Hanley.
Let's fly this iconic hole 7 from our Flight Factory drone.
And it gives you the feel of the gap shot right off the tee, although those trees are right off the tee, so it's not too difficult to pursue. Like I said, it's about the release height first. If you throw anything high, you're certainly getting taken down early, taking the birdie out of play. You've got to, right where our drone is flying right now, fly right through that spot. Now it's okay for the disc to hyzer out left, but it's better to see it slow pan, staying straight or even right. Where the drone is flying is the desired flight line to pursue the birdie on this hole, and man, is it going to be difficult to catch.
And a huge thanks to our friends at Flight Factory. You can use the code BSF24 and grab 10% off all Innova through Sunday. QR code should appear on your screen shortly.
Someone else having a lot of fun out there flying around and checking out the Beaver State Fling.
God, the views have been amazing lately. Driving over last night, St. Helens was popping, Hood was popping. Oh my gosh.
Beaming.
Hansen goes to the forehand roller, never a good sign. That's not going to be a par for Hansen. That will bogey likely. We got to give a shout to Deanne Carey, the only birdie from the field on 7 today from 15 feet.
So her drive was better than phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like, that is insane to get a 15-footer on that tee shot. Go, Deanne.
Cox, tee of 16. This is old hole 7, isn't it, Zoe? Yeah.
Yes.
So it's a dogleg left off the tee and then a straight shot up the hill for her second. And looks like she's in business after 1.
You can see the parking lot starting to fill up, and this is the lower lot. We saw a pretty big sized gallery already following the second card and feature card. Love to see how the entire Pacific Northwest is always showing up to Portland disc golf events. We want to thank every one of them in the crowd for being out here. The players are hyped, the property's looking good, and the Beaver State Fling is exciting to be at.
Finley throwing her second low ceiling as she attacks the green. I was impressed Sunday in Portland. It rained. We had a huge gallery.
There were a lot of people cold and excited to be out there on Championship Sunday in Portland.
That was great. Great shot from Finley.
Yeah, a lot of different things could have happened there, but instead it'll be a stress-free par.
Yeah, love that on 7. Only losing a stroke to Deanne Carey in the field with that par. Gonna look at things for her second. Holly just showed her how to do it, but she'll do it from the other side.
Looks like she's going around the backside for a more open look at the green. She got it.
Nice. Hole 8, Sten on the tee. Has to bend it around the corner as a lefty. There it is right there. That was a good tee shot.
Yeah, that's well past the rough, and the rough starts at, I think, about 280, so she's way up the fairway in the middle.
Hansen for par from the fairway. That will turn into a drop-in bogey for Ella. That'll send Hansen back to 1 under on the day. Hanley, this is a birdie look, and for only the second of the day from the field.
I really love the effort.
Yeah. Back to Sten, second shot on 8.
And she's trying to get up onto that upper level past the rough. She does that very nicely on the right-hand side, shaping up a forehand or potentially a turnover for her lefty to attack the birdie.
On the green, Hanley for par. Hansen at bogey, dropping a stroke to the card. That was a Scoggins par and a Finley par as well. And they are off to the albatross hole.
Yay,
Par is good on 7. Rebecca Cox on the fairway of 16. Uphill approach. Nothing in the way until late. Seven, one of our iconic signature holes out here at Milo. Tons of history. Old hole 7 gives us now 16.
Yeah, you're right. The basket has been brought back farther away, closer to the road, but this is a traditional Milo East hole.
Flashing back to 10 years ago, 2014 Worlds. Courtesy of my YouTube channel. We'll see Nate Doss later today.
And that is so exciting. Everyone out here celebrating the return of Nate Doss back in the field.
Ooh, the Will Schusterick Macbeth playoff. After Paul had to go eagle down the stretch to push playoff. He eagled 9 and 10.
Gosh, it's just unimaginable. Like the high level of play that has been happening here for decades, folks. Decades.
There's AB back in the day.
A young
Look how young he looks.
Barella.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's.
And you mentioned it earlier,
Oh,
the
here it
Albatross. In case you weren't playing disc golf at this time in 2016, this makes not only ESPN, boom, but all kinds of different news outlets. Our own commentator, Philo, taking that in 2 shots on this hole. It's what a fantastic score. A field ace throw in, no doubt.
That was a really fun couple days.
And
Wait, walks through though.
yeah, check out, first of all, the fantastic mowing job. We left a lot of rough this year with the whoopsie daisies in the field, and it's about 290 to clear into this area. This is where you want to see your tee shot, and then players have to make a decision. They have to do their homework. A big distance shot, and you either want to be short and on the flat so that you don't have an uphill run up, or the bigger distance throwers are definitely trying to get to the top deck. Now, do you like the backhand hyzer and landing left, or do you want to be on the right-hand side with a much straighter shot, or if you're left-handed, kind of the turnover or forehand approach? Going to see a lot of players on the left side playing this righty backhand hyzer, trying to really throw it in for the 3 here. That would be a fantastic score for our ladies. It is a par 5, so the 3 would be the FPO Albatross. Either way, here's a look at the green. A little bit of danger deep. If you try too hard for that Albatross or Eagle, you will find trouble.
Finley on the tee.
And that's in good shape.
Scoggins. Hanley.
It's a huge shot from Hanley, way out in the middle of the fairway.
Hansen.
You love to see these two on the card
I
together.
really do.
Who's going to throw it farther in these big, wide open fairways? I'm going to bet on Ella's purely because of the power she put behind that. Holland was just throwing a textbook, simple hyzer. Ella flips it up, a little more understable of a distance driver, and gets the hyzer finish. She's way out there.
Cox and her 3rd on 16.
Man, I feel like Rebecca was trying to throw that in.
Yeah.
I say that because there is the road OB deep.
Sten on 8's fairway. This will be her 3rd. Is she just jump putting this?
Mm-hmm.
Out of position, huh?
That's
That was
right.
a golfer right there.
She really does play the game of golf as it's designed.
Yeah. And Cox did challenge that OB Zoe coming back up the hill for her 4th.
Still a 26-footer to make.
Wow.
And the putter is on. That was huge. Big save for the par.
She's had a lot of big-time putts these last couple months. Thanks to Zuka for rolling back this replay on the pole hit. That was perfect. 4th shot for Sten on the fairway of 8. Just looking to attack the green now. That's nicely played for a 5, you know?
Yeah, I really, it's too bad she was so out of position on that after that second drive. I thought she had the open look, but plays so smart.
Back on the fairway is Finley for her 2nd.
Holly is hoping to land this disc on the left portion of the fairway. Whether she has the distance to get up to that top shelf or she's staying down low, I'm not quite sure. But she wants to be on the left. And I think she's going for the low line. Now, the only thing that can go wrong with that placement shot is if you trickle into the rough. And it is so rough that the step out, everything is tough with how tall that is.
A moment ago, we got Scoggins in the daisies, a little photo shoot.
It's so pretty, isn't it, guys?
You know, Oregon is so beautiful. I
Gonna have to
love
make
to
some.
see our pro players taking advantage of the scenic shots they can have.
That was adorable. Scoggins throwing 2.
Similar play and pretty much perfect position there for Owen on the left.
Whatever that one. Directed.
I want to see those pictures. Those are pretty awesome.
Yeah, I bet we'll see Owen posting with the whoopsie daisies a little bit later.
Nice. Nate, did you get an eye on the photo shoot down there in the whoopsie-daisies?
Oh yeah, it's photo shoot day out here. Holly was posing with the Beaver State Fling sign earlier, and Owen hopped into the daisies, and now everyone's doing their best Philo impersonation right here on these second shots.
I would love to see it, Nate. Thank you. Oregon looking just beautiful right now. The Hanley second is low. Ugh.
Yeah, and she wasn't going for anything too clever there. She just wanted to get it up onto the flat above that hill. She's in the middle of that intentionally left rough. She's also going to have a really tricky third shot because she's directly behind that center tree.
Yeah.
I don't even have a prediction if she's going to be going right or left.
The Hansen second coming up. Picked up that bogey on 7. Would love to erase it here. Oh my goodness. Ella Hansen.
That was insane.
Nobody's doing that, Zoe.
That was insane distance for the forehand. She goes huge backhand to huge forehand. And I was wondering if she was trying to get right of the tree or left of the tree, but she's like, nah, I'm going in front. Wow. I just got the goosebumps.
That was fantastic. Ella showing off the distance there from both sides. Truly is elite, forehand and backhand. Let's take one more look at this Hansen. I mean, people are just trying to get to the flat if you're lucky, maybe left if you're not. And she beats this guardian tree in the gap. Really breaking the hole with this throw, Zoe. You're not going to see that maybe all weekend long again if it's not out of Ella.
Yep.
Let's go. Caddy approved.
Giving her a lot of good mojo, kind of getting her hyped for the next few shots. That's what Ella needs.
Scoggins and her third coming up. Nate, what do you think of this third shot here for Scoggins? Is this reachable?
Oh yeah, it's definitely reachable. It actually sets up really well for this flex. She's overturned this Blue Destroyer a couple times now. It's a little flippy. Let's see if she can get the late stability, and she buried that one in the ground, didn't give it any air at all. She's going to have a tough hyzer coming up.
That's a disappointing third for Scoggins, who was playing the hole pretty well. But needed to keep it low to get it there. And just a little too low out of own.
Such a high level of difficulty to be able to get to the green, and she knew she could do it. You got to give her props for trying.
For
just
sure.
a little low out of the hands.
Finley also throwing 3, just barely in the rough.
held on
Oh.
just a little too long, but the tree does kick her out to the front side. I don't think she'll have a view of the basket there, but still a good shot.
Yeah. This is what Nate was referring to just a few moments ago. Holly Fling taking us out. That's the famous old hole 2. That's now Holly's a model. She knows how to take a nice picture here too.
Thank you.
Holland Hanley in the long stuff for her third. It looks like they're waiting on the green. Possibly. Let's head to the green real quick. Sten for par. She played the hole well. That's Cat Merch getting hers home. That's unfortunately for a bogey and a rough stretch. Oh, that was a par. There we go. Whose scorecard was that? Do you see it? Oh, it was Weiss. Hanley, it's underturned for her third. Nate, can you talk about the result there for Holland?
Yeah, she had two options. Both weren't great, and she went with the tough flex on the left side and just a little underturned. So she's going to have an interesting scramble from 100 feet or so.
It's always a little funny on that corner, Zoe.
Yeah, pretty thick foliage. Those tree branches go to the ground. There's not a lot of holes out.
A beautiful look at the green from our Flight Factory drone. The green isn't where all the players are. It's actually a little down and right from there. Everyone with Owen Scoggins for her fourth. Just looking for a par at this point.
With a blind hyzer throw in.
That'd be cool.
Either would be great.
Yeah. Almost did it, Zoe.
You know, there's something about a spike hyzer around a corner. We all want to hear it. We all want to see it. The chances are high.
Sten on the tee of the dream hole, aren't we?
Yep. Just with a little bit of flip up, not a lot. Asking for it to get down because that is a pretty good sized hill there. She rolled into the rough, but she's got an open view of the basket. Should be a very easy up and down par.
Back to 8 for Hansen and her third after a really impressive first two.
And she likes where she's at. Just going for a birdie look here underneath the basket for Ella Hansen.
Posterizing the Philo hole. Well done by Ella. Finley and that's her fourth. She'll have that for 5 and a par. Jumping ahead to Rebecca Cox and her second.
Look how far she got out on the fairway for her first. This is great position to attack the birdie.
And we got a new pin location, Zoe. Oh,
wow. She's safe. Whew. And yes, you are correct about it. It's, I would say now, the most scenic green, and that is really hard to accomplish.
Wow, really?
McIver, yep.
Okay. Hanley was short of the corner. And gonna have to get creative here, Zoe. Forehand roller, punch it through the fur. What are you doing here?
I think that's all she's got. Look at that max stretch and still no window. You gotta play the roller to curl it back.
This is a tough spot to get to settle in the right location.
Nice easy. I like the pace. And Holland Hanley likes it as well.
Great scramble from Holland.
And you know she's going to be thinking about hole 8 tonight and how she wants to come back for redemption. She's got 2 more chances at it.
And nobody has gotten the dream hole yet today, Zoe.
Now that surprises me.
Yeah.
Got a few more cards coming through. I know we're going to see a few birdies.
Finley for par. Effective. It is 442 though. It's a pretty big pull.
Yeah, it's pretty far downhill though.
Yeah, it is very, very downhill. Yep. Definitely reachable for the field. There's a Scoggins par.
It's up to 35 feet of elevation loss. That's huge.
It is. A Hanley par. After the nice forehand roller from the rough. And we have a birdie drop in for Ella Hansen. Moving to 2 down through 8. As a very nice bounce back after the bogey on 7. And as they make their way over to the Dream Hole, we're going to sneak in a break on the network. We'll be right back.
Think you're the best glitch thrower in the world? Enter a Glitch World Championship qualifier in your area, and you can qualify to play against the best one-speed throwers in the world at the Glitch World Championships this fall at Maple Hill. The Players Pack includes 2 exclusive discs, a Plasma Soft Glitch and a Plasma Soft Pitch. You'll also be able to purchase, for the first time ever, Streamline's Parachute, the first hybrid catch disc from Streamline. Sign up for a Glitch World Championship qualifier today.
The wait is over. The stock Innova Halo Destroyers are here. Check out all of these great colors at PowerGripUSA.com.
This is the game changer. Step onto the course with the Pure Premium Disc Golf Bag, adding a touch of glamorous flair to your play. Use the code DGPT at puredisc.net for the best price. Upgrade your game, upgrade your look.
Jonathan. Wow! Amazing!
Jonathan! Skulle du visa?
Hi. Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why not?
Is he okay?
Nah, he's fine.
What up, guys? We have the brand new MX2, good mid-range for power backhand thrower, very good for sidearm throwers. The MX2 is a very reliable, overstable disc that's finding its way into my bag, and I hope it finds its way into yours.
And Rebecca Cox will have that left for Berge. Welcome back, excuse me. Sten, second on 9. That works for par most of the time. Again, par losing strokes to no one, as that one has yet to be birdied. We've got a couple more chances, though, Zoe. Fly us through this one. Talk about how you make it happen.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see it today. It's only a par 3. It's a lot of elevation lost, 35 feet from the top of the hill all the way down to the pin. We're flying under the only branch that you have to beat. And then on the left-hand side, you got to beat these trees after beating the low-hanging branch, but then there is OB. Right there on the left middle of your screen, there's a much more tightly pulled in OB where the land has receded, kind of into the water. And OB is deep of the pin inside of the circle as well. Pretty close. So no surprise that Anakin just laid that one up. Nobody needs a hero shot throw in with OB deep. These trees are huge too. You don't want to find yourself squared up behind them. Could be tough to stretch out.
We saw that earlier with Rebecca.
Yep.
She made it happen, though, with a great stretch. Hansen. This is high and finds a tree as a result. And not a bad kick. It kept pushing and went right. She should be able to get up and down from there. Finley.
So the big distance throwers more so are worried about that OB close to the water line. A lot of the players are just trying to beat the trees left and beat that low-hanging branch, and they can get an opportunity as well.
Finley needing more flip.
Oh, she got out in front, though.
Yeah.
She's in the fairway there. You can see they left a lot of tall grass deep, but there's a pretty nice landing zone down low.
Scoggins will flex a forehand down the hill. This looks like just a play for par for Moan. Unless it rolls to a birdie putt.
Wow. Oh, and just a little more distance down the hill. She might be running that.
Looks like she's in short fairway. Call it a 70-footer, but you can't count her out from there. Hanley. Can someone get it in the circle? It's pointing right.
Asking for it to get more right. She does beat the trees.
Hanging out with Finley over there. Should be a pretty easy up and down. While they make their way down the hill, let's check it on Sten. It's a birdie look on 10. Oh my goodness.
That was a huge circle 2 make for Anakin. She was obstructed from the basket and in circle 2.
And Cox has this left for birdie on the Evil Genius hole.
Our first look at this beautiful new green and another blue mark birdie on the scorecard for Rebecca.
Nice, and she is actually headed to the easiest hole on the track right now. You like her chances to finish at a 9, Zoe?
You know, Ian, I wasn't too far off. I was thinking 10 down for sure we're gonna see. And to card a 9 on day 1, Rebecca is coming in hot.
She is having a heck of a year. It's been really fun to watch for Rebecca. She is an absolute grinder. Works so hard during the season, during the off season. Always trying to improve her game, and it's working this year, Zoe.
And a life in disc golf, you know, a child that grew up in the game and has certainly spent her whole life mastering it.
Shouts to Dad Dave there for getting Rebecca started early. It's paying off.
Hansen leaves a lot of distance for the opportunity for her par. She's outside of the circle.
Yeah, not liking that. Almost pin high left is Finley for her second. Jumps that right into the bullseye. Having Scoggins or Hanley next. Looks like Hanley. Also jump putts into the bullseye. And the last chance for birdie from the field will come from the best putter in the world, Owen Scoggins.
Come on, Owen, give us the show. Do not let this hole win.
Oh,
that's all right.
Oh, that's smart. There was a ceiling there. OB behind. Sorry to be boring.
You know, we don't blame you, Owen.
Yeah.
We like seeing the smart golf play, and I wouldn't want her to lose that putter in the water.
Good points. On to the 18th, Rebecca Cox. 2-stroke lead, a chance to make it 3. You like it?
Yep, the only job to do here is get left enough so that you can approach the green easily through those 2 trees. There's OB lining the entire right-hand side that's been brought way in, so there is no right side fairway. It's only to the left.
Hansen for par. Circle's edge. Oh, finds a tree on the way in. That's bogey, birdie, bogey on the last 3 for Hansen as her score bounces around. There is the bogey. And should have 3 pars from the rest. Finley for hers. Scoggins, and then Hanley has a drop in. They are onto the very, very attackable hole 10. Or you can call it one of your birdie or die holes, Zoe?
Yeah, I definitely am. The notes tell me there's a 12-foot elevation gain, but it's the birdie or the skip ace coming up.
On the easiest hole on the course, Rebecca Cox throws her second. The 3rd easiest is hole 10, coming up for your feature card.
No surprise there. Oh, this is wide.
Very wide.
No.
That's not going to be a birdie finish for Rebecca without a throw-in. So it looks like the lead will stay at 2 for the moment. As we look past the dream hole at the Clackamas.
And it is flowing high.
That's a lot of water in that thing right now. Oh my gosh. Mount Hood is looking like it's winter still. It's just covered in snow.
You're right, and it is beaming beautiful.
So is this hole, Zoe, hole 10.
Par 3. The basket location is very short. I mean, it's 310 feet away. Every player in the field can reach that distance. It's only about throwing 13 feet of elevation gain and taking it out wide on the right-hand side. If your disc comes down and hyzers into the ground at about this area, it's going to skip in and funnel nicely to the green. There's a good amount of hard pack there. There's also a left gap early from that, or accessible from that right side tree in the green. It's out in circle 2 though, so you got to make a putt. I want to see a skip ace on this one, Ian.
It seems like it's shaped up for it, right?
It's so there. The only person that doesn't have that opportunity is the left-handed thrower, unless they're going to do a big, huge forehand.
Holly Finley with the tee. And just that one birdie, all pars otherwise for Holly Finley. Keeping it clean today. Shaping up nicely.
And that should funnel under the basket. Job well done for Holly. Don't hit your head while you're tapping that birdie in.
Scoggins also on that one birdie, all pars for the front 9. Oh my goodness, just a foot wide out of own. Circle's edge though.
Yeah, she's still got to look.
Hanley. A little early maybe? With her speed, not a problem.
Not a problem at
Ooh.
all. Wow, great shot for Holland right next to Holly's disc.
And now Hansen. You have a bunch of alliteration on this card, Zoe.
Yeah. And this is a very nice attack from Ella Hansen. This skips behind the basket, deep of the basket, and she's in circle one for a birdie as well.
While they walk up the fairway, let's check in on Annika and Sten. We're on hole 11. Par 4 going left off the tee. And then you've got a dogleg right to finish. The forehand looks nice from Sten.
Yeah, hits the gap perfectly in the center of those trees. Set up nicely.
And third shot for Cox to attack the green and set up a par finish. Ooh.
Oh no, Ian, there is trouble back there. I actually played this course yesterday with Madison Tomeno and Riley, and I went deep of that pin. There are branches hanging everywhere just outside of the bullseye.
Scoggins has this to likely kick off a star frame for your feature card. Consider it kicked, Zoe.
That is so fantastic. And when you said that, I thought, man, he's right. And Owen, being the one that's the farthest away, gives us those high percentage chances.
Perfectly done by Scoggins. And apologies for any kind of signal issues out here. A reminder, just a couple years ago, this was not even possible. So Disc Golf Network made a huge investment in some gear, and it's paying off, so it's awesome.
Yeah, we heard Brian Cole talk about it a little bit in the press conference and definitely reference back to it. Brian gave some great information about all of the hard work and the investment that it takes to have the Disc Golf Pro Tour out on this property. It was a sad thing just a couple of years ago, thinking that Milo was going to be taken off the tour after 3+ decades of champions and some of the coolest stories in history unfolding in our game. We needed the Pro Tour out here.
That's a good hole to like.
Star frame for our feature card. You called it.
Thank you, yeah.
Oh, my katana.
Rebecca Cox to get off the course with a par.
And see, you can't even see her body in there. I'm hoping she has a window. She got it.
Nice.
Yes.
She made that look easier than it probably was.
I'm so happy because her scorecard remains clean. A really good effort out there today, and our leader in the clubhouse.
Some great putts down the stretch. She has your end of a hot round of the day. There is the Cox scorecard.
8 birdies and could have easily made it 9. Just a little bit of a snafu on an approach shot led to the par, and that was a clutch putt made for the par. A lot of clutch putting. You mentioned it earlier. Look at all those circle 2 makes, even for some of those par saves.
Absolutely.
Wow. 6 circle 2 makes for par.
No kidding. You're right.
That's insane.
Whoa. Rebecca Cox. Let's take a look at some highlights.
Outside of circle 2 there, early in the round. And her tee shots are getting it done. That's the first key to being successful at Milo is accuracy off the tee.
Some great putting. She was 100% inside the circle today.
I was a little worried about that one
Yeah.
because she overcooked the approach.
Last birdie of her day on 17.
And this huge drive on the new Genius hole. That tree out there is 480 plus feet, and she was past it on the downhill side. That was an insane tee shot.
And a nice putt on the green. Perhaps her birdie moves to 8 and holds on to that nice par putt on 18. Your leader by 2. Natalie Ryan's trying to chase her down, as is the field. And we're going to sneak in a break on the network. We'll be right back.
My name is Garrett Gerthy, also known as Double G, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
Double G Craft Jerky is an awesome snack when you have a hankering on the course. You need a little something to pick you up out there so you can really get after a drive or finish on a putt and capitalize.
When you're playing a disc golf round and you're hungry and you don't have a snack on the course, you start to lose focus, you start thinking about what am I going to eat for dinner. With Double G Craft Jerky, that's not a problem.
tone technology by Clash Discs.
The United States Disc Golf Championship. A tournament with history unmatched in the disc golf world.
Oh,
You bet!
Holland Hanley is on fire.
Talk about giving the crowd a show. What a performance from Kyle Klein.
Ganon Buhr, this kid is unbelievable.
Welcome back into the Beaver State Fling, and there's no tournament stateside, but there is one over in Turku, Finland. Sponsored by our friends at Prodigy. Make sure you grab tickets or watch on the Disc Golf Network. Gotta wake up pretty early though, maybe like breakfast time if you're on the East Coast, I want to say.
And then breakfast time for MPO on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Finley on the tee of 11. High and wide. Oh.
I think that was a little bit of a misfire. She had a little grip lock and was going for that center gap.
Okay. Scoggins.
And that tree line is at about 150 feet, and that gap is 26 feet wide that Owen just threw it through. So plenty wide and not that far off the tee. First job to do is just beat it and get yourself left around the corner as far as possible.
Hanley. Taking the extra wide route is Holland.
And you can see why. She has so much distance trying to break off that drive to land in the center of the fairway. She's still a little bit further than I'd like to see, but can play a huge turnover or forehand.
Hansen has been bouncing between 1 under and 2 under on the last 4 holes. Trying to swing it over.
I do like how low she kept it, though, because she can go way too far. Way to that deeper tree line actually gets you in a little bit of trouble.
Sure. Sten has a long look at birdie. Here it is. Green of 11. Same hole as your second feature card is on the fairway for. Gave it a beat. Looks like a par coming up for Onken. Also on the green, Cap Merch for birdie. The greenest of lights on that backdrop, but can't give it enough. Taking a look at our birdie zone here on hole 11, Zoe.
Yeah, I like how we have the center of the fairway highlighted at about 350 feet. A player doesn't have to get quite that far. You can see landing short of that at about between 300 and 350 really puts you into the birdie zone. Now, with a smash of a second shot, you could land short of the birdie zone and still get up there, but that beautifully highlighted rectangle in the center there is really where you want to find yourself off the tee.
So Holly a little bit short of that birdie zone. We'll see if she can get all the way to the pin with her second.
Oh, I was hoping for a bit more turnover or even leaking to the right, but that disc stabled out on her, taking her further away from the pin. I don't think birdie is in Holly, without a throw-in anyways.
Right. 12 shaping up fantastic for the lefty as Sten steps up.
Beautiful height and a little bit of ground play, and she's past the basket in circle 1.
Loving that. Scoggins in her second on 11. Sten will have that putt to get to 5. Just 3 off the lead. Scoggins attacking.
Owen got all the way up into the backside of the birdie zone, and she has a circle 2 look. She's not too far out of circle 1 for the birdie.
Hansen. You'll love Ella's chances to pin this with her forehand. That's very wide, though.
Struggling with release points and just kind of struggling to find her stride. As soon as she does, though, watch out. Ella's got all the opportunity for birdies all over this course.
Yeah. I will give her, at least she missed to the good side. You know, you miss early, it can get pretty thick. Hanley. Her second. A little pinch, Zoe.
Yep, but the forehand play, she's got all the airspace to take it out wide, funnel back to the basket. I like this release. Skip up in there, just outside of the circle.
Green light, nothing in the way for Hanley. That is the best of the bunch for the second shots from the feature card. Great perspective on the hole from our Flight Factory drone. The tee is in your bottom left, pins in the top right, more or less in that tree line. What a gem of a property this is, Zoe.
Yeah, and if you did hear the press conference, Nate Sexton talks about some of the plans for this property 40 and 50 years ago were to become a golf course. And you can see looking down from this beautiful drone view just how nicely cut out those fairways are.
But it's nice. They left a ton of the woods for us, Zoe.
Yeah, this is a disc golf professional events dream. We've got the wooded holes. We've got the big fairways.
And Missy Gannon on that wooded hole 13. A slight overturn, but I bet it will putt for birdie. And knowing Missy, she will likely make that putt. Let's jump back to 11 for Finley in her third. Another forehands, though.
Yeah, this is the second one of the day, and it's about the right distance to use this skill.
Oh, that was lovely.
Perfect.
Pinned it.
Perfect. It really feels good when a forehand is not your dominant shot and you execute those chip shots into the green. Gives a player good momentum.
Should be Hansen next with the third shots. They're putting her right on the edge of circle 2 in the fairway for this bid. What do you think? You throw this one, Zoe? Or just jump putt it?
Well, that's all depends on the player. I personally am trying to throw those in and land nicely, but Ella's got the power with the jump putt.
Yeah, she sure does.
Oh, and I really liked that attempt. It just leaks out left early, but it was the perfect height and had the pace.
Oh, Scoggins obstructed, coming up a little short right for her birdie bid.
And the Heiser putt really isn't even there because of the low-hanging branches. I wonder what Owen's going to try to do.
Swing it right of that guardian tree? Yeah.
It's a very good effort.
That's a lot to ask for out of that disc. Gets parked for par. It also means Holland Hanley will have a chance to grab a stroke on the card with a good putt from circle 2. Is to get Holland within 4 of the lead. A share of 4th place. Holland swung that out wide right. Pretty much pin high, though. Or chain high. Hansen will kick off the par frame. A birdie putt for Ganon on 13.
And that birdie just tied Missy up with Stacy Kiefer for third place.
Oh, nice. Sten is a birdie look to get within 3. Ooh, a nice putt.
Another solid make
by the European. Let's take a look at this hole, Zoe.
Hole 12. It's got some personality for a par 3, but not a lot. It's a kind of a narrow tunnel of a fairway shoot. You cannot be off of the fairway. You've got to fly this entire space, and this tree on the right-hand side is at about 220 off the tee. You got to beat the tree. Again, get the distance. It's about 110 more feet from that tree. This is a wide open birdie look. You just have to be able to throw it straight off the tee.
While they got set up, I should let you know I got a message from my man Sepa Payu. He's working on that Turku Open. He says there's a ton of spectator stuff to do, so come watch it in person if you're over in Europe. They also have a Turku Open beer.
Oh, cool.
If you're on site.
Wow. It's always nice to hear from Seppo, and having
is.
his hands in the events tells me that the professionalism is going to be kept high.
100.
Wow. We do miss him out on the tour, but I know he's doing great things over there.
Yeah, running Prodigy Europe with him and the family. Finley on the tee of 12.
Wow, somehow she sneaks through and stays in the fairway. It wasn't a bad kick. Certainly not what Holly wanted off of her tee shot, though.
Yeah. Looks like Owen Scoggins. You'll love her forehand here. Perfect shape, perfect distance.
Fantastic in the bullseye.
Hanley.
Another very nice shot. She's just out of the bullseye.
And now Hansen. Ooh, skip in. Oh, or not. And not much of a skip for Hansen, but into the circle.
I was expecting it too. She threw it really fast,
right?
Really hard.
Yeah, that was sort of really overstable disc. Taking a look at the Ryan scorecard, as we mentioned earlier, playing really well. Coming off a birdie on 17 and currently playing the easiest hole on the course on 18. She's on the fairway after one throw. A chance to grab a share of the lead with a birdie finish.
Seeing that dark blue on the scorecard on hole 5.
That's right, yeah. The only eagle of the day for the field is Ryan there. On Sten on 13.
And she got cut down early. She's well short of the basket in circle 2.
Back to Finley after the short drive. Just looking for the up and down par. That should work.
You see a little knot right there?
No.
That's the old basket is last year. And
Oh, the little
knot
hump?
like that. Yeah, little hump. That right there.
Tee of 14, Missy Ganon.
Missy is playing very solid golf right now. She has no bogeys on the scorecard, 5 birdies, and she's on hole 14. There's a lot of opportunities left. This is one of them. Needs to sneak through those trees. Takes a late kick. She's probably in the fairway at that point.
Yeah.
Out of circle 2.
The line was great, but you're just rolling the dice with that backhand line on that one.
Exactly.
There is a clean forehand line, but it's tough. Hansen for birdie. Oh, just barely off is Ella. Chains out on the right side. Hanley. No problem there. Finley walks to a par putt. So we don't have the Europeans here, Zoe. We also don't have Paige Pierce. What's she up to?
Yeah, actually, Paige has got some pretty exciting stuff happening. I believe she's out at Discraft right now, but she's headed towards the Bonnaroo Music Festival. Huge support from Discraft and the disc golf community. She'll be putting on a clinic and giving away up to 1,000 free discs to new disc golfers.
Dang.
Yeah, she's going to be introducing a lot of people to the sport and doing it in style. Loving, you know, she's a huge lover of the music festival scene, huge lover of disc golf, obviously, for her entire life, and bringing the two things together, it's fantastic. It's hard to see Paige Pierce not in the field this week because she plays so well out here at Milo McIver, just coming off a huge win last week, but she's doing great things for our sport.
Looking like the Paige we've been used to for the last decade or so, plus last weekend in Portland, the drives were crisp, online, tons of power.
It was really fun to see. She's found her power, like you said. She's found her stride, but she's found her release point. That's why the power is back. The trust is there. She's got her new discs. She believes fully in all of her discs. And look at, even from the fairway, chipping them up to give herself the opportunities she needed. The integrity in this player is high, and the entire world is excited that Paige Pierce is back.
Yeah, gives the field someone else to battle for a guitar when she comes back stateside, you know? Just makes it a little more spicy at the top. You'll love to see it. And Paige had a really fun interview after their win. Let's take a look at that as well.
Paige, it's been over a year since you've tasted victory. What does it feel like to be a champion again on the Disc Golf Pro Tour?
Yeah, I mean, winning is definitely icing on the cake for sure, but like, yeah, I don't even know. Just being back and like feeling confident again and stepping up to a tee pad and knowing where my disc's gonna go. That's the more exciting part.
I mean, talk a little bit more about the road to come back from such a tragic injury back in Norway. I mean, there was a moment where you weren't even sure you were going to be able to play the game that you love.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking about. I have a year's worth of people to thank, and like the first two people that come to mind are Missy and Tom, because they were with me when it happened. Jules drove me the whole way to the hospital. Like, she sat with us all day, and Ayla's like singing in my ear, like to calm me down while I'm like, they're putting my leg back in place and stuff. And I didn't know if I was gonna be able to walk again or play. So yeah. It's so much bigger. It's so much bigger than a tournament.
Powerful moment there for Pierce, Zoe.
It's really just the most beautiful story, and it's the reason the fans are hooked in and wanting to see more of Paige Pierce. It's that fight, that integrity, one of the goats of the game, coming back from such a horrible injury.
What a gap hit late there by Murch, by the way. Gets through the two guardian trees, and she'll have a birdie putt. Speaking of birdie putts, it's Ganon on 14.
And she has an open look where I didn't think she was going to have a view of the basket.
Ooh.
Solid run.
Jessica Weiss has a birdie look on 13, where we just saw Kat Murch hit the gap.
There you go. And a very colorful scorecard for Jessica, but carding another birdie, going in the right direction.
Our scorers, and Ryan has finished with a birdie, Zoe. We got a tie at the top.
Tie at the top in the clubhouse, and some players with real potential to get to 8, maybe even 9. I'm looking there at Anakin, and she is looking so solid right now.
Sure is.
A lot of opportunities coming down the stretch.
Speaking of Sten, it's a very long birdie bid after the early tree hit. That should work for par, just outside bullseye. Taking a look at probably one of the shortest holes on the Pro Tour, though.
Yep, I think you're right. 197 feet. You just really don't hear that number in the 100s very often. All you got to do is get off the tee and beat these trees. There are 3 distinct hallways. You just have to plan on, do you want the straight shot? Do you want the major turnover? Do you want to throw straight and let it hyzer, even though that's really difficult with those low-hanging branches? However you want to do it, we want to see chains. We want to see the ace carded. Birdies are good too.
I like a hole that requires touch every once in a while, you know, off the tee too. You can't just, you know, throw something really hard here.
Yeah, and we talk about that a lot. You don't see a lot of use of mid-ranges on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, and if you do, it's probably from the tee. A putter from the tee, though, is also very, very exciting, and it takes touch, takes skill.
Totally does. Scoggins up first. I'll show you the forehand line. Didn't get edge quite in time, Zoe.
Yeah, a little too turned over, and that power skip actually sent her into the woods, into that rough, bushy area.
Hanley. Hits one of the Guardians, and Holland will be out in circle 2. Finley.
Ian, I just about fell out of my seat. We got it.
Marking one for Finley.
My goodness. Man, this is getting costly on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. I've got $50 for Holly as soon as I can slap it in her hands, but let's celebrate with the Duchess of Disc Golf. The cameraman is racing her to clear the basket. Oh my goodness, Holly Finley, what a day. An ace on the Disc Golf Pro Tour at Milo McIver. First of all, just to say an ace on this property is such a special thing. We are at an elite series. Let's go, Holly.
Awesome stuff. Shout out some man Quentin for chasing Holly down the fairway there. I guess I saw Sam running down there as well. Hansen, after that excitement.
Tough to follow that.
That's nearly impossible. She does a good job, Zoe.
Yeah, she's in the circle. And the chains are still shaking from that. I am so happy. We were just talking about it and how much we would love to see it. We got it.
Let's roll back a Zuka replay. This hyzer flip ace. It was tracking beautifully.
He finishes in the center of the basket.
Let's go, Holly. Love it.
Wow.
This from the catch cam angle.
I was hoping to get this view as well. It gets the full flight. As you mentioned, she hyzer flips it up, and then it just starts coming back.
That was
perfectly over the cage in the center.
Thanks, Azuka, for rolling back that replay, and thanks, Holly, for the highlight. Awesome stuff.
And that's helpful for her positioning on the
You're right.
leaderboard as well.
She gets the 4 down, Zoe. Suddenly in the mix. Scoggins not to be outdone from circle 2.
Keep the excitement rolling and the mojo high.
Holly tried to big putter from the tee, but didn't let her. Scoggins, a monster on the green. And that gets owned to 4 down as well. So Finley and Scoggins are making some moves. Can Hanley keep pace with that greatness? No.
It's a lot of excitement to handle after seeing an ace and then a huge birdie. You can feel the frustration, no doubt, from Holland.
Hansen could use this one.
She got it. Just barely enough, and it looks the same on the scorecard. Ella will move to 3 down.
She'll be 1 behind Holland Hanley after she drops in her par. No problem for Holland. And they're on to 14. Another Woods hole coming up for the feature card.
Really like how pured disc golf is on the base of this basket, because if you're puring the line, you're carding the 1. Holly up for the pured job. Yeah, I'll take another look at this ace just about as many times as we can play it. An ace is magical, is a miracle, and it's a moment when everything is perfect.
I love Holly's reaction to that. It's fantastic. Barely picking Owen up with the hug. Jazz, that was awesome. Sten, tee of 14. This is where our feature card is headed. It's a great lefty hole, and she has hit the gap. Oh, Zoe.
Funnels almost all the way to the basket. It is behind that tree, but it's not too far out of the bullseye.
Sten in business. Let's fly 14, Zoe. Talk about the options here.
Yeah, this is a good old hole on the east course. It's playing a par 3, 323 feet. This gap that we're flying through right now is only about 12 feet wide, so gaps to be made off the tee, and then options. You mentioned earlier how forehand is the play, so the left side righty forehand player will be taking that route that the drone is flying, but on the right-hand side, it takes luck to get through these 2 tricky hallways of trees, and the foliage is grown so far in that there isn't any gap further to the right. It's all grown in. It's a different looking hole. Time changes these holes, and the forehand or lefty backhand is the play.
Sten is moving in 2 of the lead. No, on again.
It's the first putt we've seen her miss actually all day.
Yeah. Missy Gannon, looks like she's on the tee of 15. Big dogleg right, followed by a straight shot, followed by a shot up the hill, and right again.
This is probably the shortest par 5 we will see on tour, coming in at only 670 feet, but you have to think about all of the shaping and the work that is required to get up to the green.
Finley back on the tee of 14.
If she throws the exact same shot she just did, which it's looking like she does, with a little luck, gets herself all the way to the green. She's just got a view, though.
Yeah.
You can see just, it's a wall of ferns and foliage on that right-hand side that used to be accessible.
Scoggins. Let's see if she can find that narrow forehand gap.
Oh, okay. I'll take that then.
Oh, it's inside, but maybe it misses. For the most part. She's
For
up
the
there.
most part.
Yeah.
But there, like I said, it is thick right
Yeah,
there. It's going to take a stretch out for sure.
Hansen honestly has the better forehand shape than Scoggins for this hole. It's more of a flat to hyzer finish. And Ella pushed that over a little too much on the turn side, but she'll have a look at birdie. Hanley. Looks like she's throwing something slow. Overturned out of Hanley as well. Nate, how's the finish for Holland after that one while we watch Missy Gannon?
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy to approach from where she's at. She might go putter way wide and leave herself a lengthy putt here.
Okay. Thanks, Nate. We're with Gannon on 15. Pushed the fairway long. Ended up in the rough for her second.
And it is important to just get as far up the fairway in the center from here. That's a beautiful shot.
It was. Nate, we are back with Holland Hanley now. Talk about her look.
Yeah, she's having to back into this rough here, and it's not too dense. It looks like she's trying to line up a forehand, and I think she's going back to the bag to get something a little faster. Yeah, it's exactly what she's done here. And she has a window out wide. It's just a matter of if she can get enough pace on this disc. Yeah, she's got the line. Starting to fade up. Oh, well thrown from Hanley. Inside 20 feet here.
Nicely done. Thank you, Nate.
Yeah, fantastic. But Nate, can you tell us anything about Owen Scoggins' lie?
Yeah, Owen stretched it out a little straight, and she's kind of blocked by these cedars that are right at Bullseye's edge. She might be able to shape one through the center of them.
I was afraid of that. It's pretty hairy in there, but it will not be, or it will be Owen next. Excuse me, Holly will be next.
She is great at this Anheuser shape. Can't count her out.
Full stretch out and almost a made throw putt because that, I mean, that's so difficult. You're in patent pending stance. You know you've got to put some wrist in it. You don't have any lower body. Great try. She's behind the basket.
And a par after an ace is pretty good in my book. I don't know about you.
I'm down with that. Yeah,
know?
you just don't want to go the other direction after taking those strokes off your card.
Hansen in light circle 2 for this birdie bid. Is the cedar in the way? Yes and no.
Looks like she's going to have to play a hyzer putt and let it fall into the basket.
In, then out for Hansen. It skitters off the top of the tray and a ton of chains, too.
Man, I think maybe just a couple of inches more of height. Maybe even just one more inch of height.
I think you're right.
Heartbreaker.
The anguish. So Hansen will stick at 3 under so far. Over there in the brush is Owen Scoggins trying to get comfortable and find a window out.
I'm trying to stay on her feet for the power, but
Nothing doing.
yeah, not even a chance.
Yeah, you called it, Zoe. That area is thick, and Owen was in the middle of it.
I actually lost a putter in there yesterday.
No, you didn't.
It feels really weird to say that. I'm pretty sure one of my friends out there has probably picked it up.
Okay,
but
good.
Man, it's thick in there, Ian.
There's a Hanley par. Never a good day when you lose a putter, Zoe.
No, awful.
I was playing my dad out at Horning's Hideout the other day, and it happened to him, too.
Man,
Horning's
I'll
Hideout's
tell
such a
ya.
cool property.
Yeah, Oregon is full of these gyms.
Yeah, I went out to Pier Park for doubles on Wednesday night. Had a great time.
The Enchanted Forest.
Shouts to my man Corey for running that doubles league. 90 strong.
Wow.
Yeah. Finley gets in the par. And that just pars for the gang. They are on their way to the next, and while they do, we're going to sneak in a break. We'll be right back.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants, and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances, and studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
I'm David Wiggins, and in 2016, I set the disc golf world distance record with a throw of 1,108 feet. Whether I'm out in the field measuring a max distance throw, or on the course checking the elevation change for an upshot, I rely on the Eagle Secret 360 to give me accurate distances. It's the only rangefinder on the market that measures in feet, yards, and meters. It's USB-C rechargeable and features a lithium-ion battery. Visit EagleSecret360.com to get yours today.
Brought back by popular demand. Z-Lite plastic from Discraft. Discs that you already know and love, now available in lighter weights. Z-Lite, more distance with less effort.
What's up, guys? It's Ezra Robinson, and I'm here to show you how to use bird sauce from Dirty Birdie. Put a little dab on your fingers or wherever you want grip. Once you fan it, get some air on there, turns to chalk, and this will stay on for 6 to 9 holes. Clips to my bag, super easy, and I don't have to worry about it every single hole.
What up, guys? I'm Aiden Scott here. We have the brand new MX2. The MX2 has a very nice low profile. They're very flat, good mid-range for power backhand thrower from anywhere from 280 to 320. Very good for sidearm throwers. It'll probably fly a little bit straighter. Nice flex shots. It can really hold that ante and just barely fade out at the end. The MX2 is a very reliable, overstable disc that's finding its way into my bag, and I hope it finds its way into yours.
So my wife and I use it all the time now. Welcome back. Let's take a look at 15. And Zoe, there's a ton going on in this hole. Talk about it.
Yeah, it's a par 5, and it doesn't speak to the distance at 670, but we're flying over the very tightened up OB, and it continues to line the full left side of the fairway. Let's slow it down right here. This is the landing zone most of our FPOs are getting to, and we saw a few drives earlier curl out into that long tree line that the OB continues. And now getting back to the flight, this is again where the perfect landing zone is, but we could see some elite distance get all the way up here to attack an eagle. Could be done with a sky roller or a huge panning Anheuser for a backhand. Second shots are only looking to set themselves up centered up with this gap we're getting ready to see. Here it's in the center of your screen. So players don't really want to be right next to the tree line unless you perfectly hit that 25-foot gap. And you don't want to be on the short side of it because of this tree that we're flying past. That'll pinch you off from any view of the basket. Hoping to see Missy Ganon with a view of this basket. We love these new tiers on the green. Although the players thinks that it's for the rollaways, it's probably for a little more erosion control.
Gotcha. So Ganon got to the gap with her third. She'll have a long birdie putt is our guess.
And look at the low-hanging branches that are in the way. So actually, she got to the left side of the first early gap.
First early
yeah,
gap,
sorry,
yeah.
the right.
So she'll pitch a forehand up and just try to grab a par.
Oh.
Did it roll over the things or did it stop?
Okay. That did not look like
It rolled out a little is the word from production.
And I believe she's still in circle 1.
Okay. That's a great look at the fairway from Blaine, our flight factory operator. You got your tee in the top right and you're headed to the top left. So making a V, if you will, right there.
And let's make sure we're keeping our eyes on the leaderboard and these players. Missy Ganon has an opportunity for a par. It's going to be a tough uphill make. Annika Sten just behind her. Both of them are tied for third and have the only chance to pass our 2 leaders in the clubhouse at 8 down.
Ganon to keep it clean on the day and grab a par. Ganon leaves it short and will head 4 under. At least it didn't go anywhere. Take a peek at your scores.
I don't mind peeking at this beautiful view either.
It's not bad either, the genius hole there. And at the top, as you can see, is Rebecca Cox. We caught up with her in the clubhouse. Now let's send it on down.
Rebecca Cox setting the bar early, 8 under par, no bogeys. Rebecca, how you feel about that number?
I feel pretty good. I stuck to my game plan, and I left a couple out there, but for the most part, I'm really happy with it.
We've been talking to you more and more lately. What's clicking especially well in your game right now?
I think just the decision making. There are like 2 or 3 holes out there that I consider to play for par, maybe even be like a bonus birdie. So I'm knowing when to be really aggressive, when to just stick to my game plan. And I think I have a lot less like desperation. You know, sometimes you feel like you're out of position for the birdie and you have to do something to make up for it, when in reality you can just like lay up for par and just move on.
Rebecca, we're playing obviously another combined layout here at Milo McIver. We're taking 36 holes and trying to cram them together to 18. How is this layout playing this year?
I really like this layout. I mean, there's a little bit of walking in between holes, but other than that, I like the holes that we play. I like how, like, quote unquote lefty friendly a lot of them are, so it forces the forehand shot. I've been throwing a lot more of those, and yeah, I think my game is a lot more well-rounded than it has been in the past, so I think it fits my game better.
Rebecca, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
Rebecca Cox having herself a day. Thank you, Mr. Earhart, for that interview.
An excellent interview from Rebecca Cox. She's very self-aware of her game, and she's very aware of what's going on out here in the gold layout in Milo. Seasoned player, and I love to see all of the shots in her game really just fine-tuned, but it's the mental game. This player has a plan and she's sticking to it, and it's less self-applied pressure.
That was a cool thought she kind of let us in on right there, right? All about managing that stress.
Still loving. I could look at that shot a few more times. I mean, that was major distance off of this hole, and I'm looking forward to seeing our feature card get to that hole for the tee shots.
Oh, what a green. You weren't kidding, Zoe.
It's gorgeous. I'm seeing a lot of players out there, even some of the MPOs taking pictures by this basket.
Nice. I'll look at the Cox scorecard with the Clackamas behind. She earned that smile today, Zoe. Someone trying to get to 8. She's got a chance. She's going to need to play pretty well, though, coming down the stretch is Sten. She should be in 15's fairway. Throwing her second, is it? Looks like it, yeah.
Yep, and she's got a nice open look. She can play a little bit of a force over with a backhand shot. This hole is really lefty friendly.
Very, very. Pretty much all the shots, huh?
Uh-huh.
All 3 of them in the green. And Sten was set up nicely, though.
Yeah, she's got a clear view to the basket.
Yeah, after 2, that's great. There is your second feature card, making their way up the fairway as Blaine's flying us back to the tee. Top middle of your frame. There is your gallery at the corner. A good spot to watch the action. Looks like they are ready on the tee. Finley stepping up. Finley fading earlier than hoped for into the tree line, Zoe.
Yeah, the height that she released was great, but she needed a little more commitment to that Anheuser angle. It did fade out to the long tree line.
Scoggins, yep, does go to the forehand.
Oh, I like that. Thank you.
And hearing the card commentate for us, I like that. Again, great height, and with the forehand play, no worries about the tree line. She's in the center.
Hansen. That is huge. How is the finish for Ella? Not good, Zoe.
Oh, she just clipped a little bit of those tree branches. Really want to see her put that shot together on the weekend. I think she could get the furthest up the fairway.
Hanley, how much does she bite off? Going for a lot.
And instead, Holland Hanley will be the furthest up the fairway, and I think the farthest tee shot on the day.
Yeah, great position too. Center cut with the distance. Nate, how about that tee shot we saw there for Holland Hanley, hitting all the angles and the height perfectly. So tough to do.
Yeah, that is a really difficult shot, and you could see just how tight she cut it. She barely made it around the corner, but that's the risk you have to take if you want to really bite off the distance here. The second shot is what makes this hole even more difficult, though.
Yeah, it's so tough to access that green. We'll see if Holland takes the big Anheuser into the tree line. That's kind of the typical play if you've got a good drive. Up ahead on the fairway, Sten, her third into the green.
And I thought she was a little bit further up to like have the straight gap, but she's just trying to play this for par. She has a birdie opportunity though from there.
Jumping ahead to Ganon, her second shot after a great drive. We're on hole 16 here. Is he just missing the gap? A long birdie putt, you think so, or is
There is a long birdie putt there, but man, to see that disc finish its flight, she would have been under the bucket.
Yeah, with you. Back to 15's fairway, or slightly off it, is Holly Finley for her second. Nate, looks like some natural OB for Finley. Is she going to find a swing, or just going to be just a pitch out?
No, I don't think Holly has a swing. I think Ella's mid might give her some space to throw a flex forehand. Oh, she's just going to toss a little roller out there. Yeah, she didn't really have anything. Definitely couldn't do a full swing from in there.
Yeah, that looked tough. Nate, looked like she even caught something on the way out, too.
Me again? Yeah. I should probably wait till they get done. Appreciate that.
We are heading to the green with Sten, a birdie putt.
And this is very difficult, Ian, with having to put the Anheuser shape on it and the fall line.
Oh my gosh, tons of chains, but it surfs out. Those uphill putts, Zoe, you know?
It's so hard, but I'm really happy to see her putter sit there.
Yeah, that was a nice consolation prize on the missed putt. Not off by much, though, was Sten. Yeah. Uphill, and that nose gets up, and it's a weird surf out of the chains, you know?
Yep. Very close.
Mm-hmm.
I know they ran from like whitewater kayak.
Back in the fairway is Owen Scoggins for her second.
I feel like the river's a little bit.
She's trying to figure out a play. Or is she just waiting?
I think they're waiting for the card ahead to clear the green.
Ah. While they wait, Ganon live with a birdie look on the green of 16.
And this is a bit of a downhill fall off behind the basket, straight into the out of bounds.
Whew. Had the shape on it.
I was just thinking, I really liked that bit. It was conservative and proper.
Back to 15's fairway for Finley and her third.
And that should be far enough. I know it's quite far out in the field, but it's far enough in distance that she should be able to pursue the pin.
Nice. What was Owen doing in the woods? Wasn't she safe? Yeah, she was on the fairway.
Yeah, I think she was just
getting
enjoying
some shade.
a little shade.
That's fair.
Yeah, a little downtime.
Scoggins throwing 2.
Oh, she needed a little more right-hand turn and has her angle out of that, but she is out in the open, nice and safe.
Hansen just skittered into the tree line. What are you thinking here, Zoe?
This will be a full flex sidearm, and Ella really needs to think about keeping it on a drastic angle so that when it comes out, she's still short of the tree line in the gap. Anything early that hyzers in could create a lot more trouble. I was afraid of that.
Yeah.
And hopefully she has a step out to access that early gap.
Nate, did Ella get far enough to kind of access that backdoor alley, or is she going to have to head back to the fairway with her third?
Yeah, I don't think she punched deep enough into the tree line there. I don't think she's going to be able to attack the pin.
Gotcha. Thanks, Nate. Hanley throwing just 2, Zoe.
And she could get it well into the gap here with a big sidearm. It's a very tricky distance and gap to hit. She's taking it up high, which is open.
This is long. Hopefully not too long, though. It gets crowded very quickly.
That'd be nice.
Nate, did you have a view of where that Hanley approach landed? Will she have an opportunity?
Yeah, she might have a distance opportunity, but as we've seen in the past, this is one of the more treacherous greens, so she might opt to lay that one up.
Yeah, should be for a pretty easy birdie if she can find her way out of the brush. Jumping ahead to Sten on the tee of 16.
And unlike 15, this is the exact opposite wraparound to the left, so making it a little more tricky for a left-handed player, but she's dialed. She's well up the fairway in the middle.
Finley back on 15's fairway, throwing her 4th.
And are we seeing what I think will be her 4th sidearm approach? Yeah, that's what she's going with. Having to be a little more versatile today with the shots.
We'll need a good up and down to keep that scorecard clean. 4 under on the day with no bogeys. You know, the distance isn't amazing, but the shapes are always fantastic for Holly.
Yeah, she's got that chip shot down.
Yeah.
And that is a long look for the birdie, or excuse me,
Par.
for the par. Yeah, she's out in circle 2, but that's also quite uphill. makes it play like, 50 or 60 foot.
Yeah. Jumping ahead to a past champion, Valerie Monduhano on the Evil Genius hole on the fairway for her second.
Beautiful distance on the first drive, made it easy to make the decision to go over and attack the pin. Great position.
She could be on your lead card tomorrow. That 5 down right now. Scoggins, her third into the green. Attacking the window high. Oh my gosh.
And that gap is there this year. Like, there's the dead tree that guards the basket has completely lost all of its high up limbs, so it's an open sky shot. I think we're going to see a lot of that accessed later by the MPO field.
Nice. Yeah, that is the play of that big anhyzer into the trees. Hansen is taking a peek at that early gap I alluded to. Let's see what she does. Gosh, she's just right in between them, isn't she, Zoe?
Yeah, and what a tricky inside gap if she does decide to go with it. She needs a more stable disc or overstable disc, and she has to hit a line. She's only got about 2 feet to work with.
It's not going to work for birdie, but
she
should get a par. Yeah, she did some work. It moved.
It moved
forward, more or less. Yeah, you can see this kind of inside line. It's there, but it's very crowded.
Well, I'm afraid it faded out to the right-hand side, which has a wall between her and the basket.
Yep. Hanley taking a look at her eagle putt. Likely just a layup for birdie. But 2 great shots on the hole. Hanley has found the disc, and it sure is crowded over here, Zoe.
That's right. Just getting it to a good position for the birdie is a great play. It's not that easy to get it to land, but with those new, I'm going to call that erosion control walls, that's a great place, and that wasn't too hard for Holland.
Yeah. That will get Hanley to 5 with a make. Just 3 off the lead. She also has 3 to go. Par putt for Finley. Circle 2, uphill.
Very difficult. That tree right in front of her creates a very low ceiling.
Understandable miss, low and left for Holly, but it sat nicely. We're going to swing over to Hansen next, throwing her 4th. Oh, she got lucky, Zoe. Look at this gap.
There is a gap.
Gosh. 2 feet left, and that is the wall you were talking about. That should work for par for Ella, keeping her at 3 under on the day.
Be careful down here.
Scoggins, the approach went long, coming back for birdie. A death putt. That was 80 long if it misses, Zoe.
You said it, man. Ice in the veins. Owen Scoggins so focused, she doesn't even care what the background looks like.
She is 1 of 1 in the best way. Making sure we get good knucks there for Holland. Passing on that birdie juju and try to get this one home as well. Holland makes short work of that. Hansen a par, followed by a Finley bogey, her first of the day. Let's take one more look at this incredibly dicey proposition for Scoggins. Circle 2, putting straight at the cliff. Zero fear in this woman.
Beautiful.
That is gallery approved action from own Scoggins. Another day at the office when you're on Scoggins. No big deal. Just
right.
a little wave. A wave. While they walk over to the next, and that's actually this hole right here, hole 16. Let's watch Sten throw her second after an absolutely booming drive from the lefty.
Yeah, just a putter approach is all you want on this hole. Anakin's got just that. And only that for the birdie,
Ooh.
just outside of the bullseye.
And that will get Sten to 6, just 2 off the lead, thanks to this great approach, followed by the fantastic drive. Or other way around, but you know what I meant.
Oh, and that's actually inside of the bullseye.
Dang. Oh, you're right. Manduhano was OB.
Wow, I was a little bit afraid of that, but she must have gotten a little more ground action. So the OB left on 18 has been pulled way in. So
17.
Excuse me, 17.
All the numbers moving around on us this year, Zoe. Oh, that's a great fourth and should work for a 5. On the green of 16, Sten for birdie. That's solo third. And back to the tee, Scoggins. A little too straight for Own. We'll have work on her second. Hanley.
And that is way up the fairway as well. Kind of near where that Anakin drive just was. Pure hyzer the whole way.
Hansen.
And this should be getting close to Holland's drive as well. Just a little bit short of it. Big drives.
Everybody in business so far. Finley. That should be just fine. Just touching those daisies out there.
Every one of these players is in an attackable position to get the birdie. They can all reach the basket from here.
Let's check out Ann Dyke's keys for closing, brought to you by our friends at blackingdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Attack, attack, attack. There are so many birdie opportunities in this back stretch, and you want to collect them all to go into the second round. Don't let your foot off the gas pedal. And don't let the moment be too big. It is exciting about how you can score so well in this final stretch. So don't get too far ahead of yourself and execute the shot that you need to, one at a time, and stay committed to yourself. We heard a couple of players already talk about how they don't want to be taken off their game plan. They don't want to sway when they see a big throw in front of them. You've got to do what you wrote down in your notes, and you got to execute. Stay committed to yourself. That's the only way to get to the podium.
Down the stretch, we have a couple people on our card who could threaten the lead card. One of them right here, Owen Scoggins. 3 to go, 3 off the lead as she throws her second. Does it have enough? Sure does.
Yep, and she got good ground play there. She's in the circle.
Yeah?
Great second from Owen.
Oh no, red.
What? Red? There's no OB. Unless it's way left.
I think she's in bounds.
Okay. Finley. Throwing her second.
Grabbing range quickly. Squared up the guardian tree. She'll be out in the back of circle 2.
Let's jump ahead to 18 and Monduhano on the box. Valerie did par on 17, despite the OB second.
Would have liked to seen her disc get a little further left, but she's got a great turnover game.
Yeah. Back to 16's fairway. Hansen, her second. This is very wide, and we'll pay the price. Not a good shot from Hansen. Disappointing after a great drive. Hanley throwing 2. Needs the turkey finish for a share of the lead, and I don't think that's going to help Zoe.
No, I think that her disc actually did not get the ground play and got stuck in like a low bush at the base of that tree.
Nate, did you catch the Holland second there? So yeah, it might be a rough signal spot for my man Nate down there. I'll check in with him in just a bit. Finley, her third.
Oh, that's too far.
Holly thinks it's too far, and she is right. That is way long. OB. Big miss. And
A little bit of trouble here in these final holes for Holly.
yeah, she'll have a long putt for 5 now to avoid the double. Over to Hansen for birdie. Almost covers up that approach with a huge putt. It dries up just short of the chains. Over to Hanley. And a little tree umbrella here, Zoe. Look at this for her third.
And that's about what I expected. I knew that this was going to be a tricky shot. That's the lowest hanging point of that branch, too.
It really is.
Really appreciate Holland taking extra care to keep her body free of the branch instead of backing into it. That's not legal. She's underneath it and as free as she can be from it. And that's a good approach. Every player in the field is thinking birdie from the tee shot here, and it is so disappointing when something goes wrong. Carding a par and a bogey here is losing strokes to the field.
Finley has this for bogey.
A very important make. You never like to see the player go OB, but you love to see the comebacker putt, limiting the damage.
Yeah, really nice little band-aid putt from Finley. Scoggins, this is to grab a stroke on the card, and 2 on Finley.
Easy does it.
The lead is still possible for Scoggins, at least a share. She can finish birdie, birdie, birdie. Got the first one out of the way. That's a Hansen par. It will be followed by a Hanley par as they head up the hill to the Evil Genius. Carved out by Dustin Milbrook.
Yeah, Dustin Milbrook. I'm so glad you had a
Thank you.
chance to check in with him because, you know, there's a lot of work put into making these holes way back in the day and a lot of maintenance kept up by these folks. And Dustin Milbrook has stayed in the scene, really cares about this course and this property.
On the tee of the regular Genius hole, Sten.
Beautiful shape, pretty much straight out the gap and the perfect release height.
And as we head to break on the other side, the Evil Genius. We'll catch you there.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product, I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
You want a new disc, but you're overwhelmed by all of the options. Well, we've got you covered. Meet the Innova Pathfinder Guides, a series of graphics that match a set of discs for your style of play, curated by our own Riley O'Neill and Eric Schwann. Whether you're the beginner, the crusher, or anywhere in between, we've got a lineup for you. So scan the QR code, find a guide that matches your style of play, and discover your path to a better game. If you haven't seen these, you're missing out. All right, back to the action.
EDGE is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what EDGE is. It makes everything simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
Suka cards are made to fit you.
And we have the accessories to prove it. Rainy, umbrella holder, or a rainfly.
Got a good grip? So do we.
Drink and snacks, pouches and drink holders.
Boom! Turn your seat into a sofa.
Put your putters in a pouch.
And extra room for anything else you need. Make your cards yours.
With Zuka accessories.
Welcome back. He saw Mondo Hano get the here in the picture-in-picture and pushes home the par. That will stick Val at 5, I believe. She'll be 3 off the lead, as you can see there. Let's head to the tee of the evil genius. Scoggins. Looks like she might be waiting.
Oh, Ian was still
The
getting
spotter
it.
can give us a flag down there.
Good to go? Yeah.
Good to go.
And that is not very far up the fairway, but no trouble for Owen. She's just going to be laying that up.
Hanley. Ooh, this is big, Zoe.
Yeah, this is looking tasty. And when I say that, taste the distance down the hill. That's the tree I was talking about earlier. If you're getting all the way down there, you're getting it about 485 plus or minus feet.
Hansen.
Oh. I was just getting ready to say, also a beautiful line. That branch took a little bit off of there. Ella's in great shape still to attack, though. She's on the flat ground just short of the hill, closest to the road.
Now Finley.
And she wanted a little more flip up on that disc.
That was a good tree hit, Zoe.
That was. It was headed directly to the road, OB left. She is celebrating that hit. It's going to have some work to do. It's going to be tricky to actually get herself to a good approach spot.
Jumping ahead to 18, Ganon on the tee. This is a good tee shot.
That is perfect positioning. She's so far left, nowhere near the OB, but well set up to approach the basket.
A moment ago, you saw this in the picture-in-picture for Sten, her second, back on 17. That's OB is the word for Sten, out of bounds. She'll be throwing 4 at this point, trying to grab a par.
Really nice footing on that shot.
True that. Comes up short, Zoe.
Yeah, she needed a little more height, and she's going to be out in circle 2, guarded from the basket.
Let's go back to 18 for Ganon and her second. Circle 2 bid for Ganon coming up. Missy will have that putt to finish at 5 on the day. 8 still the number. It's holding, Zoe.
Yeah, you know, I didn't really think that was going to be the case just a few holes ago. We had some players on hole 14 with all the opportunity in the world. Difficult to card those birdies, but I think that we could see at least a tie if Anakin can hold solid in these last 2.
Scoggins still a chance to chase him down.
Pretty nice looking scorecards for our field, though. Our entire top 10 is way under par.
With you there. Really love all the little course changes we've seen this year. There is a backup on 17's fairway. Your second feature card making their way down there. It's got to hold up your feature card on the other side of the OB River. Donneck on the fairway of 17, her third. Just a she had a bit of an up and down day today, but we'll have that for a birdie. It is not easy on the Pro Tour. Sophia was making it look pretty easy those first 2 events.
Yeah, and I look to see her bounce back tomorrow.
Oh.
We'll see more solid play certainly coming out of Sophia.
With you there, Zoe. There was the second for Scoggins, laying up short of the road as predicted by Ms. Andike over here.
Yeah, and that's about as good as she could do. She's still pretty far away from going over that river, but she's going to play this one for par. She's got the opportunity.
Yeah. Finley's second is on deck. Looks like she's going to grab range first. Nate, what is Holly thinking about here for this second shot? What's in play?
She's got a little bit of a low ceiling in front of her, and looks like she's contemplating just swinging the wide hyzer or cracking it pretty flat under these branches. It's only 300 to clear that road and really be in the prime position to attack the green with her third. It looks like she is kind of going to swing this one a little wider, going 12 speed here.
And just laying up short of the road.
Keeping it in bounds. When you're getting over to that secondary fairway, that left side is very tight OB. We just saw Anakin go in there. Holly making a good play there.
Hansen and Hanley. Looks like they are still waiting for the fairway to clear for their seconds as they're in position to attack. Well, we'll show you what they're looking at. Sophia Donneck on the green, I believe, for birdie. Oh, this is not Donneck. This is Sten. For par. Sten leaves it short. There'll be a bogey for Anakin. That'll drop Sten to 4 under on the day. 4 off the lead, still very much in this Beaver State Fling mix. Nate, anything remarkable about the Hansen or Hanley lie for their seconds?
Well, they're definitely waiting for this green to clear, so perhaps Ella has given herself the green light to just unleash on this driver. It's very possible to get a putt here. Would take something in the neighborhood of 470.
Let's see if Ella can do it. Throwing 2. Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Oh, she hates it. Maybe it's so bad it's okay again. Nate, talk about that end there for Hansen.
Yeah, she just got on top of that and didn't give it enough time to get back on hyzer and skip across the road. It hit a fur and kicked and stayed out of bounds.
Rough break there for Hansen, but not a good shot, Zoe. Let's be honest.
Yeah, she just had too much want inside of that. Overcooked it.
Nate, is this tree in play for Holland and her second?
It looks like she has the room here for a full swing. Run-up might be a little tricky, and she has certainly the best angle here. She has to shape something on a little bit of Annie for the first 200 feet, and then keep it low as there's a ceiling as you approach the pin. She's got it.
Nate, what a shot there for Holland Hanley. How's the result? What does she have left on the hole?
Yeah, she's inside 100 for sure, and you know the basket's up on a mound, so she could definitely attack here if she really wants the eagle.
Wow, great second from Holland. Really challenging that ceiling, Zoe.
Yeah, and you know Holland can get even further up the fairway from her initial tee shot, but this second shot was so well done and covered so much distance. I can't wait to see how she plays this hole every day.
We got a full spin from the catch cam off the tee and her second shot there. Holland throwing some amazing shots. Scoggins across the OB road with her third. And safe.
is my first drive. How do I?
The tee of 18, Sten. It is a good lefty hole. Look like she is at 5 with the bogey, excuse me. So 3 off the lead, a chance to make it 2. You like the drive?
Yep, she's center cut. She's also got the beautiful lefty line right to the basket. I see a birdie in her future. She can execute this next shot.
Flying above Holly Finley, I believe. Yep, and her third coming up. A little higher, a little left, but progress made. Holly will have that for an up and down par. And a great view of that fairway from our Flight Factory drone. Huge thanks to our friends at Flight Factory sponsoring the drone coverage all year long. And you've got that coupon code BSF24. If you head over to that Flight Factory, it's the home of Holland Hanley's gear. If you're a Holland fan, want to support her. That's 10% off all Innova through Sunday with that code BSF24. Hansen, her 4th after the OB second. Disaster for Hansen.
From bad to worse. From OB to OB. Oof. The wheels are coming off on hole 17 for Ella Hansen.
Looks like a 7 or worse coming up for Hansen. Oh, look at it. That's just an inch on the wrong side of that string.
Yeah, because, you know, out of her hand, I really liked how low she kept the flight of the disc. I didn't think it had time to get to the OB.
Back to Sten on 18. This is lefty friendly. You got to get up and down if you're Donneck.
Trying to get herself onto the lead card. Oh, that's early, Ian. I don't know if she'll have a clear view of the basket from there. It seems like it'll be pretty guarded.
Finley throwing 4. Kind of fun. Her score right now is also her score on hole 13. 2 down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Scene of the ace earlier from Holly Finley, if you missed that one.
Good approach. You're right, Ian. She had that 2-stroke swing on one hole and then found a little bit of trouble over the last couple. She's still under par.
Oh, I mentioned the ace. That's another excuse to watch it again. Why not?
Yes, please.
Holly throwing putter here?
No, that's a little faster.
Is it? Okay.
I would guess that to be a mid-range. So fun.
The best. Scoggins, her 4th. Hits the stump with that. And we'll have it left for a par. So Scoggins can't grab a share of the lead, but she can get within 1 with a birdie on 18. Speaking of 18, Weiss throwing 2.
Up high to spike into the green. Oh, she almost threw that in. Good news, she's not very far away from the basket. That actual half circle green is inside of the circle.
Oh, okay. There is the 3rd from Hanley. And we'll have just a drop-in birdie to move to 6 within 2 of the lead, 1 to go. throwing 6. Yep. It didn't roll, did it? She's staring at it for a while.
No, I think she was just having some
a moment.
thoughts.
Sten. The birdie finish. You'll love it.
Great way to close out her round, and currently sitting in 5 down. Excuse me, 6 down, which has gotten her into the last position for lead card, but we'll see what goes on as our feature card finishes up.
It's a par putt for Scoggins to stay at 6 and on that lead card position. That's the result you expect from that woman. And after a slow start, look at that. Back 9. Scoggins 5 down on the back so far. You like her chances to make it 6 too. 18, pretty Scoggins friendly.
I think so. And she's got a practice plan for the birdie.
Yep, good point. This is Hansen for a hockey stick 7. Good putt despite the rest of the hole for Ella. Drops to just 1 under on the day. Finley for par. Oh no.
Pulled very wide right, and now she'll have about double the distance to come back on this elevated pin.
For bogey. Did she just lay it up? Yeah, she did. That's what I thought I saw.
Almost taking no time to put it at the base.
Yeah, you never want a Sisyphus, just going back and forth on that mounded, the elevated pin, excuse me.
2 dark red scores carded on this hole for our feature card. And a birdie, a tap-in birdie at that for Holland Hanley.
Jessica Weiss, speaking of birdies, on 18's green. Nice. Weiss fighting back to a 2 under day. And taking a peek at your scores. Couple 8s, couple 6s, 3 6s there. And you check PDJ numbers for Sten.
I think that our lead card is locked in without the bogeys because Anakin has the highest number.
No, she doesn't actually.
Oh.
Holland does.
Excuse me.
I know. I'm surprised right now. Yeah. 109 for Sten and 133 for Hanley.
All right.
Scoggins signed up when I did. She's got 48,000.
So Holland is going to need a birdie to stay on right now, presumably the lead card tomorrow.
Here she is on the tee.
This is going left, but checks up not in time.
Oh, never mind.
Very frustrating for Holland. That was a mistake that was just very costly and had no reason to be that far left. She's got plenty of distance. She could have thrown any speed inbounds there.
That's kind of her nervy miss, I've noticed over the last, ever since we've been watching Holland. If she gets nervous, it comes out a little early sometimes.
Yep.
Hansen.
Taking it very wide, but this is going to get very left, being overstable. Hansen is the farthest up the fairway with good positioning.
Finley.
This is also going quite left, but gets down just in time.
Enough spike angle on that one to avoid that gnarly skip that Hanley got. Take a peek at your top 10, or your top 5, excuse me. And you can see there in second place, Natalie Ryan tied with Rebecca Cox. And we caught up with her in the clubhouse. All yours, Mr. Earhart.
Clubhouse, Natalie Ryan helping to set the pace. 8 under par opening day. How do you feel?
Fantastic. I haven't played good golf in a few weeks, and it's nice to finally be back up here.
You said that you got yourself a mental performance coach to kind of aid in the mental game of things, and sounds like it's paying off.
Yes, very much so. Gave you a couple strategies early this week, and been practicing them during the week, and just kind of clicked with me. And it's really nice to finally have my mental game where I want it.
Talk about Milo and the layout that you're playing this week. What are you leaning on, and what shots are clicking for you out here?
So a lot of the shots for me are force flexes, but I naturally throw a lot of those anyway. I remember a couple years ago, this course was split into two, the east and the west side, and I never really liked it when it was like that, but this combination of the two is wonderful. I cannot say enough about good things about it. It's just truly beautiful.
Well, 8 under par clearly is pretty solid day out here. Anything you need to tweak or any little mistakes you want to clean up to go lower tomorrow?
Maybe. I mean, we'll address them. I think I've got a couple holes I'm going to be changing up the tee shot driver, but other than that, nothing really crazy comes to mind. It's just stay clean, stay in the fairway, and see what happens.
Natalie, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian and Natalie, for that. Fun to hear from Natalie after her round. A great shot from Ellen Scoggins in the bullseye.
Yep. Not a lot of work left to close out with a birdie.
Finley throwing 2.
This has got great shape as well, Ian. Oh, just a little bit early, taken down by those branches.
Pretty hyzer flip thrown, though. Tough to get that perfect angle. So with that Hanley out of bounds tee shot, you're looking at Cox, Ryan, Scoggins, and Sten on your lead card tomorrow. Although Holland Hanley on a chase card, that's kind of dangerous, isn't it? She likes it on that chase card,
Yeah,
it seems
I
like.
would say she's got a higher percentage from what we've seen her do from the chase card.
Her third coming up. Would love to salvage a par. Maybe there's a putt over there. What do you think, Zoe? You're not making a nice face.
No, that came up a little bit early, and that's the most guarded side of the green. Hopefully she's got a line.
Looking at Hansen and her second.
Also goes a little bit deep of the green. I think she got down quick enough that she'll be close enough to the basket to not be obstructed, but you got to think about those approach shots coming in early, hyzering before the basket in case there's any ground play. Can't have anything going wrong. You don't need trouble for your putt. Keep it short.
With you there. Absolutely, Zoe. Nate, did you have an eye on that Hansen or Hanley second and third? And also love to get your kind of final thoughts on the round here on day 1.
Yeah, both of those are going to be pretty obstructed. It's so easy to kind of trail off early or too far right. Owen's going to have a clear putt right there, and 8 down being the mark today, that's a fantastic score, but it's still not 1,000 rated. And what that tells me is the field is playing this Riverbend Gold course pretty well this weekend.
Wow, that's an interesting note, Nate. Thank you. That's Hanley right there, right?
Yeah, with almost no view of the basket. I can't really see the airspace for the hyzer putt, but I'm thinking that's the way she has to go just to get to the base.
The bogey will keep her on chase card.
And that's what she's... Oh, excuse me. That'll be a par.
No, that'll be she was OB drive.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
She's going to be looking at chase card.
Yep. Over to Hansen. This is a birdie putt.
Yeah, she is looking at the chain assembly. She's going to give this one a try.
good, but sailed wide by Hansen. A couple paces outside bullseye for par. And Scoggins just gets to hang out, Zoe.
It's still not her turn. That was such a fantastic second shot for Owen.
There's a good putt from Ella. Salvages the par. Scoggins for birdie. And that's solo third. Hanley with the bogey. What a day. Riverbend Gold. Let's check out some highlights. The women were dealing, Zoe.
Hot scores out there. I love to hear Nate Perkins' take on today. Interesting intel that 8 down doesn't even make it to 1,000 rated.
Seriously surprising. It started early. Scoggins on 1 from circle 2. Grabs her birdie. That was her only one in the front 9. But she did some work in the back 9.
Yeah.
Rebecca Cox was doing work all day long. 4 birds in the front, 4 in the back. Perfectly balanced. Could she grab her first Elite Series win? Some great shots right there. That's a helping hand.
Rebecca Cox is looking solid.
Hanley, probably your favorite coming in. Played pretty well. A little bit of a boo-boo on 18, taking the bogey on a birdie hole.
Yeah, but with just a little cleanup, she could find herself leading this event after round 2.
And our OTP shot of the day, Holly Finley with the 1.
An ace. Fantastic.
And Sten has been really fun to watch today too. Ton of great putts, ton of great throws at the Portland Open. I mean, she just had the ace at the Portland Open too.
That's right.
Speaking of aces, they've been you're dealing 50s all over the place.
Yeah,
Zoe.
I'll tell you, I'm excited to see it though, and we're seeing a lot more of Sten on the coverage. I like her choice in her season to be over here in the United States when a lot of her fellow Europeans are over across the pond trying to do the DGPT over there. We're getting to see a lot of Anniken over here, and her game is ready for it.
Yeah, it is. What's your biggest takeaway with this round 1 watch, Zoe?
Holly's ace.
Holly's.
And then that Milo Gold is showing a little bit of teeth, not necessarily soft because 8 down isn't 1,000, but I'm excited to see our players get to double digits tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's definitely there for them. They were close today, just a couple boo-boos here and there. Let's fire off that OTB shot of the day. A surprise to no one. We're not even going to guess because Marky got the ace. Marky,
we love it.
Let's see that thing, Nick.
Let's see all angles of it.
I love the reaction from Finley too. It was a good one.
One of my favorites so far this year. I think that it all clicked in while she was in the middle of that celebration.
Oh, what a fantastic moment.
Amazing. And running it in. Cameraman got competitive, actually raced her and beat her. That's okay. She gets the ace.
There goes Sam and Quentin hustling down the fairway. We had a ton of awesome camera folk out there making this possible. I saw Cam out there too. Thank you guys so much for all the hard work. And there are your show times for later today. For Zoe and myself, everybody in the booth making this possible, and you guys for subscribing. If you're watching on YouTube, consider throwing a subscribe. You get to watch the finish on Sunday. But until the gents, that's all we got. We'll catch you there.